believe so, yes.
All right. We are in session. Welcome to the January 10th, 2018 Board of Supervisors special meeting. Madam Clerk.
We have one closed session agenda item today. Item 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Is there any public comments before we go into closed session on this item?
Is there public comment after closed session?
Yes. This is just on the closed session item. If not, we'll go into closed session. Ready? All right. We're back. Madam Clerk?
Report of closed session. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. There's no reportable action taken thus far. However, this item will remain open until the end of today's meeting.
Thank you. Shall we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? And Mr. Fry, can you please lead us? All right, moving on. Announcements.
This is a time for board members and county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public.
Any staff members? Any board members? If not, we'll move on to the next item. Madam Clerk.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Carl.
Shall I begin? Good morning. It's wonderful to see all you folks here. I see we have a shake-up here. Gary's now the chair, and Jack is the vice chair. You know, I have no say in how things work out when it comes to things like that. You know, I like both of you very much. I'll never forget the day Gary came knocking on my door down at La Contenta, and Gary's a great guy. And Jack, you know, I haven't talked to you in a long time in private, but you did call me one day. Thank you very much for that. Maybe the words of Subcomandante Marcos would be appropriate here. He was the Zapatista. He was the leader of the Mayan leader of the Zapatista Liberation Army in Mexico during the Chiapas revolt, and he said that there is a significant difference between the insignificant left and the significant right, and that is they both do the same thing, but one tells you they don't. So when the public attacks either Jack or Gary, it's not appropriate in this venue. We're here to do business and not do politics. So I understand you have a meeting up in your district tomorrow, Supervisor Oliver Michael. That's going to be with the Sheriff of Public Safety, and I understand there are two meetings coming up regarding La Contenta. The members are getting together. There's supposedly a buyer lined up for La Contenta. So stuff is going on in your district, and of course, I don't know what's going on in your district these days, but you have the Commerce district and one of the best. And I hope that in Jack's district, I think you have something planned coming up, public safety as well with the sheriff, maybe. Maybe, who knows? Oh, I have something for you. You might not want to take it, or you might want to take it, but I see you drinking out of that thermos. I brought my thermos today, and I have two of these stainless steel double-walled cups, and I'm always very concerned about people drinking out of plastic. I know one day I saw Julie over here, and she was drinking out of a clean canteen with a plastic top, and I was kind of worried about that. Would you like this? No? Okay. I have two, and I always need to because sometimes people sit down with me and we talk over tea. But very good. How long do I have? 25? I try to get all my time because I pay taxes, and it's just a matter of money, right? Right? Good to see you folks. Good to see. Oh, this is a special meeting today, and Peter thinks I'm special, so 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Buzzer. Good day.
Good morning, Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I have some follow-up from yesterday. I have two definitions to share with you. One is public record, and if I'm wrong, Megan, let me know. It's that documented information which is legally available to anyone, often obtained over the internet. Civil cases are public record, like Zamora versus Clapp. Criminal cases are public record, felonies and misdemeanors, except when children are involved. Also, domestic violence restraining orders are public record. You know, like the two I helped women get against you, Mr. Clapp.
Point of order.
Not public record.
Hold on 1 second. Let her finish.
Not public record are unsubstantiated reports of abuse like Mr. Clapp made against me last night. I did have a complaint made against me about 10 years ago that was investigated and dropped. So I know where you got that information, Mr. Clapp. From some people or person that I had to turn in for failure to report welfare fraud. They were really pissed back then, and apparently they still are. I have never been charged with any type of abuse. So what Mr. Clyde did last night was slander. Slander, the second definition, the utterance of a false statement or statements in the presence of another person in an attempt to damage a third person's character or reputation. It's an actionable offense in a court of law. If I knew a good attorney with integrity and I had a few bucks in my pocket, I'd sue you, Mr. Clapp, for slander. And as far as Mr. Fry goes, he can defend himself. But if you want to question a man's treatment of women, look in the mirror, Mr. Clapp, if you can stand what you see.
All right.
And I do intend to go to this hearing.
Hold on.
I do intend to go to this hearing on February 7th at 1:30 p.m. in Superior Court. Does anyone know a good attorney for me? Thank you.
Hey, there's no clapping in here. Thank you. Yes, your point of order.
I thought that the audience was not allowed to come up here and personally attack supervisors, and that's exactly what she did.
She had the right to read public records here, just like you have. If you want to come up and read public records, you have a right to read public records. If that's what she was doing, was reading public records.
Okay, thank you.
If you have anything you want to come up and read public records, then you can do so. Next.
Morning, Board. Mike Falvey, District 2. Congratulations, Gary, on your chairmanship, and Jack, vice chairmanship. And Mike, you did the best job you could, so I, for one, appreciate what you did. I wasn't going to speak again, but I heard what happened yesterday, and I try not to base my opinion on something happening where I'm not there. I don't like to take one person's word for it. So when someone told me what happened yesterday, I asked a couple other people who I'm not real good friends with, but I respect their opinion and their honesty. And I think travesty, disgrace, you name it, that's what I was told what happened yesterday by at least 3 different people. And I just saw it again happening. Gary, I would suggest you take the bull by the horns and run these meetings like they need to be run, and civility be demanded. Now, Michael used to, before the public comments, demand that the audience act civil towards each other and the board. Well, it's also, I think you should demand that the board act civil towards people. And I'll tell you one thing, if I'm here and I have stuff directed at me, like I heard was directed at citizens yesterday, supervisors yelling at the top of their voice at someone at the podium, I won't take it. I will not take it. And I don't think you should allow a board member to yell at individual citizens like I heard happened yesterday. And I'm not just, like I said, I went to multiple sources. So it's up to you, Gary. And apparently what happened yesterday, and again, what I saw a little bit of it this morning, it's not starting off real good as far on the civility aspect. So the boards ought to act like adults and not scream at citizens.
Good morning. Dina Morris. Just wanted to say congratulations to Supervisor Toffanelli. And also, I did watch the board meeting yesterday. And more importantly than anything else, what I walked away with is that our sheriff's department is severely underpaid. And we're losing our staff. And that scares me extremely, because they're the very people I depend on to protect me and keep me safe. And if we keep losing those folks, this county is going to be in an even bigger mess than it already is. So I beg you to please do something to retain our sheriffs and our deputies. Thank you.
Happy New Year, everyone. I'm hoping that we'll have a very wonderful year and that we'll all get along and life will be perfect. But anyway, I would like to congratulate the chair. I know he's going to do a fabulous job, and I absolutely support you. Thank you all.
I'm a little pissed off at you people here for letting this thing happen. You should have said no years ago. My son's a teacher in Colorado Springs. 5 years ago when he started teaching, they would take maybe 3 or 4 kids home a month. Now it's happening daily by the dozens. They're either coming home, coming to school stoned, or they're coming home, come to school reeking of smell because they're grown in their house. Kids are complaining, hey, what's that smell around me?
Sir,
what's that smell around me? You know what? And
sir,
this...
Hold on a second. If you're talking about cannabis, you'll have to wait to public comment. That's on the next item. This is for things that aren't. This is for public comment for things that are not on the agenda.
Well, I'm here to bitch about that because, like I said, if I got a couple more seconds, I'll walk out of here. But anyway, kids are going to school stoned in Colorado. They're getting not on a weekly basis, daily. They're going home. There's people going and having accidents. First time they call them FTAs, first time accidents. They're going home, they're smoking for the first time and say, oh, I can go drive. Boom, they're killing each other there.
Thank you.
Pardon?
You'll have to bring it back when we open up for the next agenda item.
When's the next agenda?
It's next.
Pardon?
After public comments, we'll be opening that section of it, the cannabis section of this meeting, and your comments will be taken then.
Okay.
Right
Well,
now,
I can't hear that well anyway, so
okay, so you'll
I've
have to
had my
wait.
ears
I'll let
operated. I
you know.
have
I'll
eight-
tell you what, I'll let you know when you can come and speak
Good.
about cannabis. Thank you.
I just have a quick observation. My husband and I have not been at these meetings in some time. We've been kind of involved in what's going on in Angels Camp, and we had some other things to go. But this board has changed dramatically since the last time I was here. The only two people I recognize is Mr. Mills and Mr. Oliveira. And I have to say, I think the men have taken over. Ladies, we got to do something about that at the next election. And with that demonstration, I would like to know if you could tell me, Mr. Toffanelli, where it is in the rules, regulations, or otherwise that there is no ability to applaud at a county council meeting.
That's at the chair's discretion, and I'm trying to keep the level of noise down. You can do this, you can wave, you can do whatever, but the clapping and the noise level, trying to keep it down.
So I could quote you in the newspaper as saying that no applause will be allowed at a county council meeting as long as you are chair.
This is a county board supervisors meeting,
Pardon me,
not
Board of
council meeting.
Supervisors meeting, excuse me.
You can quote me if you like. Sure.
Well, personal opinion, I find that appalling.
Marty Crane, Valley Springs. And I remember when we all applauded for everything and then nothing, and this side applaud, that and it didn't work that well. So this works very well, and everybody seems to like it. I'm sorry it doesn't work for you. But yes, I have to address the board. I just wanted to say that what was being talked about this morning already and what happened yesterday, as citizens, it is our responsibility, our duty, to hold our representatives accountable for their actions. So for us to not be permitted to come up and talk about things that happened in public or a public record, and I mean, I wouldn't want to come up here and talk about something horrendous and then have everybody wonder which one of you it is, when it's only one. You know, that would not be fair to the rest of you. But it is our duty to hold our representatives accountable. And I appreciate the gentleman that came up and said, it goes both ways. That's been said before, but we have new members here, and maybe they didn't hear it before. Also, I wanted to say that in the last configuration of this board, there was a lot of wink and a nod stuff going on, and we all knew it. It was quite obvious, and so a lot of times we already knew how people were going to vote, and people called that what they wanted. But we have a new board now, and we hope that that wouldn't happen. And so I want to make sure that we guard against that. And another thing, yesterday, it was made abundantly clear that yes, we appreciate Gary, Supervisor Toffanelli, you're going to do a fabulous job as a chairperson. So would Supervisor Garamendi, who was in line for this position. In the last configuration of the board, they manipulated that process and pretty much stole that, that's how it was spelled, stole that chairmanship from the vice chair. And that created what we now brought up yesterday as, I know I'm not saying this all that well, but I think you'll get the point. It's been 9 years since District 2 was represented by a chairman on this board. 9 years, that's unconscionable. And now that you are chair, this takes us into the 4th year, where 3 of those years, District 1 will be representing as board chair. And I think that there's something wrong with that. And I was very disappointed that we didn't, and I think there's still time to reverse that, but one can hope. But I think you'll both do a fabulous job, but I just want to make sure that we don't manipulate the processes like we did before. That didn't work for us, and we were happy to get rid of that. Well, we thought we got rid of that. So anyway, go forth, be fabulous. Thank you.
Hi, Susan Morris, Angels Camp, District 2.
4. I didn't move, honest. Anyway, I'm in District 4. Anyway, this is mostly a point of information, and some of you may see when you're asking us to do this that I just get upset. I'm not sure if you understand that this sign language, and there's not just this, but there's several items, is part of the Occupy movement hand signals, which is part of the Occupy Wall Street protesters sign language. And I said, you can check it out on Wikipedia or anywhere in the internet. And we're not part of Occupy Wall Street protesters or any of those protesters who I think their conduct is objectionable. And I don't like this. We're Americans. We don't need to be doing sign language. Now, having said that, yes, we should be respectful to everyone, but the applause is an American, it's just something we've always done. And so I just wanted to bring to your attention that this is a Occupy Wall Street sign language. Many of us are not part of Occupy Wall Street. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Raymond Smith. I'm from Valley Springs. I'd like to bring something that's been on my mind for some time now. It's methamphetamine contamination. It's become aware to me that manufacturing presents a dangerous level of contamination, while the usage presents somewhat of a what some people think is a not so dangerous contamination. But what is a safe methamphetamine contaminated property? It really is interesting that AB 1078 actually was passed in 2005 to let counties clean up meth labs, but only laboratory activity. And I do think it is in your power to clean up usage activity as well. If there is a rental that changes hands to a tenant, if there's a laboratory, it's actually mandated that that landlord discloses that. There are simple meth tests now, just swabs that landlords use to detect usage in homes. And these tests could be used to bring even somewhat what some people think is a safe contaminated property. I really question that. When we're thinking about our children who may have levels in their bodies of methamphetamine equivalent to an adult user, these are children, and we should really be thinking about them and doing right by them, especially considering when properties are being sold and bought, being changed hands, not just with rentals, but across the board. This is a very important issue, I think, as well with senior citizens who use a lot more medicine and medications than the rest of our population. They tend to have a lot more fragile immune systems and just general physical states. And these properties, whether or not they're being changed hands, they may lead to having to be remediated. They may have to be demolished in some cases. But the impact that these have on the health and safety of the individuals is paramount. Not just that, but if they get these properties without them being tested properly, they have to pay for the remediation themselves. They bear the complete burden of the health burden and the physical or the financial burden as well. So I think we may be able to do something when we come in contact, when the Sheriff's Department comes in contact with methamphetamine property. It's been in the news lately that there has been some dealers that have been found. There may be.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday. I just want to say, Michael, thank you. You did an excellent job as chair, and it's just, you don't hear enough thanks for people doing good jobs anymore. So, Michael, again, thank you. And I know we're not supposed to clap, but this really kind of deserves one. So, thank you. Gary, I'm sure you're going to do a great job too. It's not going to be easy, but I know you can do it.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you all for serving.
It seems to me that there's a whole lot of nitpicking going on since the changing of the guards. And I'm really sad about that because I think it shows poor sportsmanship. I'm going to have to eat some stuff after this meeting, and I'm not going to like it. But I'm going to try to be a good sport.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Prapana Smith, District 3. I think we found some common ground here today because in a few minutes, two people, they're going to be arguing for two different provisions. We're in agreement. Yesterday, I want to commend the sheriff yesterday for his comments. $23 an hour to patrol the streets in any place in this country, that's not enough. It's not good enough. My own landlord, where my current business is located, informed me, his name is Mr. Matthew Greenberg, he's written to all of you. He pays his guys $25 an hour to whack weeds. Weed whackers make more than our sheriffs. That's not a good situation, guys. I agree. Thank you, Deanna, for bringing that up today. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Good morning, Chair Toffanelli and the members of the Board of Supervisors. I am George Fry. I was slandered yesterday afternoon, but I'm not going to do anything about it. You just have to consider the source. It's really a sad day. I want to compliment once again Jack Garamendi for maintaining his cool in such a travesty that happened yesterday. I already thanked Michael for his year as the chair by giving him my flag with the word veteran underneath of it that I've been wearing for years. I gave it to him yesterday afternoon in a thank you for his diligence and ability to show governance on this Board of Supervisors. I too am sad listening to the letter that the sheriff read yesterday. It's unconscionable. Just unconscionable. I spent 20 years in law enforcement, and even when I started out, I didn't start out at $23 an hour. You're going to continue to have people leaving this county because they need to feed their families. They need to pay insurance. Insurance is skyrocketing. The only place is in our Congress and Senate. If they don't get reelected, to get $174,000 a year until they die. And they get the best medical coverage that money can buy. And they don't give a damn about any of their constituents in terms of medical insurance. And it saddens me to see that kind of stuff going on. I'm glad that Mr. Clapp spoke up and said that he can't work with Bonnie and I on the In-Home Services Committee. If he can't work with us, we don't need him. We can survive without his presence. Yesterday, to me, I've been coming to these meetings for years and years and years, and yesterday, to me, was the biggest travesty. I have never seen anything like this.
Okay, we have time for one more speaker, and then we hit the 30-minute limit. We'll carry after today's agenda back to public comments. That's it.
Good morning. Vicki Reinke, Angels Camp. I couldn't help but have to also respond to what the sheriff said yesterday, because it is an eye-opener. I think we've all known this for a long time in our county, that our sheriffs are underpaid. I happen to have a son who's in law enforcement, and he's in Sonoma County, and they never get paid enough. That's the truth. But $23 an hour is a travesty. But what I hear is somehow, I know this is going to come up today, so I'm just going to make the comment, and it may come up again later, but that somehow we need marijuana money to pay for law enforcement. My opinion, that's why law enforcement is overworked right now. They are trying their best to eradicate the marijuana that's here supposedly illegally. Anyway, I'll get into that when we're in that subject. But the people of Calaveras County, we pay our taxes, and I've said this before, we pay our taxes because we want our government to make us safe. The number one priority for taxpayers is law enforcement. And when we keep hearing how we underpay our law enforcement and overwork them, we don't like that. And you know what? If it comes down to it, if we can really believe what our government is telling us about our finances, I really believe that the people of Calaveras County would come and stand up and try to find a way to pay our law enforcement more in salary. And if we were to not overburden them with extra work, then it would make that even easier. So anyway, that's just my opinion. I hear it coming down the road that somehow we're going to have marijuana to pay for law enforcement, and I tell you, you're wrong. Thank you.
All right. Move on to the next agenda item. Madam Clerk.
Item 2 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing to adopt an ordinance rescinding Chapter 17.95 and replacing it with a new Chapter 17.95, banning or regulating cannabis cultivation and related commercial activities, certify the environmental impact report, and adopt findings of fact, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, or find that adoption of the ordinance is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 26055H of the Business and Professions Code.
Mr. Maurer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Peter Maurer, Planning Director. Based on the direction from the board on December 21st, we have returned with two draft ordinances, a regulatory ordinance that included all of the directions based on a series of polls of the board, as well as the errata that we had presented to the board on the 21st, as well as a ban. There's really not a whole lot for me to add at this point in time, other than just sort of procedurally, should you choose to adopt the regulatory ordinance, you would need to certify the EIR, adopt the findings of fact supporting the EIR, adopt the ordinance, which includes some errata, which I'll go over in a moment, and adopt the mitigation monitoring reporting plan. Should you choose to adopt the ban, the same three steps would be necessary, but because there are no mitigation measures associated with the ban, no MMRP would be required. In your packet, we have provided the regulatory ordinance, that sort of the final version, one that shows the changes that were made from the prior hearing with underline and strikeout, a clean version of the ban ordinance, underline and strikeout version of the ban ordinance, an errata sheet that has just a couple of minor changes to it, one major change and a couple minor changes, the findings of fact for the regulatory ordinance, the finding of fact for the ban ordinance, and the MMRP. The MMRP and the errata were passed out today. There are also copies I left up here on the podium for the public to review. Those are drafted at the last minute because that was sort of the last thing we needed to do. So with the errata, under the findings of both draft ordinances, we have modified sections C and D related to recent changes in federal policy that were just enacted last week. The more significant change was an oversight on our part in the regulatory ordinance 1795-070E2. We inadvertently left out the maximum cap of 44,000 square feet where you have multiple growers on a single parcel. So that has been added. And also the CEQA findings, section 4, was inadvertently left out in the draft that was distributed to you earlier, so that would also need to be added. I know that Julie Moss-Lewis from County Counsel's Office has done a last-minute review, line-by-line review, and she has several more minor clerical errors. I think that rather than go through those right now, I would recommend that you go through the public hearing process, whatever discussion, deliberation you want to do, and then at the time that you decide which version it is that you choose to adopt, if you so do so, then if it's the regulatory ordinance, we would quickly just sort of go through those edits to make sure that those are incorporated into the ordinance, that that's the version that is chosen to be adopted. With that, I will turn it over to you unless you have any further questions.
Is Julie having anything to add?
I'm sorry.
Do you have anything to add to what Peter?
No, I mean, it was clerical errors across the board. I don't think there would be any controversy. It was things that were intended to be there that weren't, that need to be fixed up. And we can go through them just to make sure that the board's on the same page. But if the board wants to do that now, we can do it now, or we can wait until after. It would probably be more efficient to wait to see which direction the board wants to go in, because the changes were to the regulatory ordinance.
Okay. All right. Okay. So with that, we'll open it up for discussion at the board. Does any member have anything they'd like to discuss, bring up? No? We go to public comment? We'll go to public comment. Before we go to public comment, Madam Clerk, do you need to take a break at 10? Yes, you do. Okay, in order to meet the federal and state employment guidelines, we need to take a break, at least a 15-minute break at 10 o'clock. So we'll hear a couple speakers.
Oh, so I have 7 minutes?
You want to take it now?
Yeah,
okay,
let's
we'll take it
now.
now, and then we'll come into public comment.
Yeah, I have time.
All right, we're back in session, and public comments.
Shall I begin? Good. I was here for the beginning of the beginning, and thought it was appropriate that I'd be here for what perhaps is the beginning of the end. I've had no good experiences with marijuana, other than I've made a lot of friends that are marijuana growers. And I've defended them when the county has tried to roll over them, many times just because they're beautiful. If they're good looking, I'm all there for them. But there comes a time when changes have to be made, when the community has spoken again and again, when the majority of your citizens, Megan, I'm speaking right now if you don't mind, when the majority of your citizens have told you what they wanted. And no matter how much I tend to favor the minority, no matter how much I try to protect people from the ravages of the majority, from the mob mentality. Sometimes it's not a mob mentality. Sometimes it's a situation where you've had an invasion. You become engaged in a cultural war, and that cultural war is dirty. That cultural war knows no bounds, and you have to go beyond that and make a logical decision based on what the people want, and not necessarily what's going to give pay raises to certain departments, to not necessarily what is going to grow government. Because you're not here. You're not a government employee. None of you work for the government. I know it's pretty fabulous when you get that first paycheck and you get indoctrinated into believing that you have, such as the closed session items, that you're going to have information that the public's not going to have, and there's a tendency to actually become to enter into that thought process that you are you are a government employee. You're not. You're an employee of these people. You're an employee of me. I get involved in these things and try to make sure that things run smoothly. Things didn't run smoothly, and we're here today again. It's okay. Don't worry. There are reasons why we hold things off. I appreciate that. I appreciate each one of you, but you're going to have to make a decision today that may not be popular with some. Thank you.
Stand right here. I've been, first of all, Happy New Year, and it's been nice watching you guys over a long period of time. I'm a longtime landowner here. My name is Bob Hoffman, and I own 15 acres up above Mountain Ranch, and I really love this area. I love the history. I love the beauty. I love the people, and that's why I bought the property. I do have a winery called Mountain Ranch Winery because I love the area, and I wanted to develop my property. I do have some other places in Carlsbad and in Lodi, but I want to be here. And when the laws changed, I wanted to get involved in the medical and recreational cannabis business to go along with my wine business. After the Butte fires, which my property burned up like everybody else's, I applied for an emergency grower's permit. I was told that I had to prove that I had been growing illegally with pictures, receipts, etc. in order to pay the $5,000 for the emergency permit. Because I obey the law, I, of course, could not provide evidence that I had committed a felony. I had a hard time believing this was the case. So I waited until last December when the state was ready to issue applications for commercial growers permits and called the county to ask how I could obtain a grower's permit from them to finish my state application. I was told permits were only being given to those that had the original emergency permits issued after the Butte fire. A permit I could not get because I did not break the law. It's hard for me to believe that I was not being allowed to do something legally because I did not do something illegally. People have been growing illegally in this county and many other counties for years, and I had not condoned that. The cost of this, I would say, must be huge, but I know it's a huge drain on the county's budget, law enforcement time, and a negative impact on the environment due to unlawful and unregulated growing. By allowing myself and others to legally get a permit to be regulated, you would have the revenue to stop those that do not want to obey the law, adversely affect the environment. In many cases, these same people are committing other crimes as well. In closing, I deeply care about the environment. I deeply care about this area. I just love the beauty, and I welcome regulation. Please consider my request to allow myself and others to be able to do something legally here in the county and to help do the right thing and stop the people that are doing wrong things. Thank you very much.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Lori White. I live in Angels Camp. And I think that I have been so involved in what's been going on in Angels Camp and banning of marijuana within the city limits that I have shirked my duty in looking to see what the County Board of Supervisors is doing with this marijuana issue. And then I learned that you guys seem to be embracing marijuana. I spent many years in law enforcement as a deputy sheriff in San Joaquin County and in Calaveras County. And I can assure you, back during those periods of time, the possession and smoking of marijuana was very harmful. That's why it was against the law. That's why they brought people to the jail. Because possession of marijuana isn't a harmless drug. It is a drug that is very, very potent. There still is not a viable way of testing people for having consumed marijuana. And until we have a breath test, we're not going to be able to tell if people are out driving on our streets under the influence of marijuana. And if you haven't seen somebody who has consumed marijuana and is driving a vehicle, you need to do that before you start making decisions on what's good. I believe that what we are doing today, now, please don't get me wrong, back then, marijuana, possession of less than an ounce of marijuana was a felony. Do I believe it should be a felony? No. I don't believe that it should be an infraction either. And I believe that if we allow people to grow marijuana in this county, why are we doing that? We're doing it because of the almighty buck. We want to be able to tax it. That's what everybody said. Well, let's not have, why don't we have prostitution? We can tax that too. They tax it in Nevada. So if you're going to allow marijuana in here just because you want to tax it and get some money, well, then we better start thinking about some other things that you can allow in Calaveras County because of the almighty buck. You don't understand when you are failing to ban marijuana what it's going to do to this county. I pick up from things that the sheriff's office reports. Third indoor marijuana grow seized in Valley Spring. Now, they're supposed to have 6 plants in a house. This one happened to have 282,
Ma'am, thank you.
200 pounds. Think about it, please.
Back again. Right now, I'm pissed off at you guys, not the crowd over here. I'm pissed off at you guys. You should have let this thing go and go and go. You should have said years ago, no and stay no. Some of you probably have property that you're leasing out to a grower. Let's put it this way. I've already turned in 2 grows, illegal grows, in my within 200 yards of my property over there. And they weren't what you call local people. These were, I like to use the word, but I'm told use the word Orientals, and you know who I'm talking about. If I say the other word, it's considered a hate crime now. They could take my guns away if I had any or anything after that. But you guys ought to move to Colorado Springs for about a week and watch the TVs, listen to the radio, and and read the newspapers there. All you see is the big word FTA, first time accident. These people go and buy a little bag of pot, they smoke it, they start driving. They don't know what it does to them. And next thing you know it, they're killing each other over there. When you guys start getting this money from the revenue or whatever you guys are going to be collecting, what you need to do is build a bigger hospital and maybe a couple of wrecking yards out here so you can start packing all the cars and start getting wrecking here. So the first person that gets killed in this county, it's going to be on you guys right now. It's going to be blood on your hands. Right now, California is allowing pot here. So right now, it's going to be blood on Jerry Brown's hands. You have how do you say it? You have a political party in this state here is running it down the drain. You're letting illegals come in here and staying in here. You're letting pot grow to this whole state here. This state has become a dump now. I talked to people that I went back to Alabama here last summer. to participate in the Senior Olympic Games. When I was going all the way back there, I would see cars full of furniture. I didn't think they were going camping. I would ask them, I see the plates. Where are you guys going? We're moving out of California. They're moving out of California because of these laws that this state creates. You can't do a damn thing in the state without I can walk out that door right now and break maybe 3 or 4 crimes, not knowing what I'm doing. So like I said, when this stuff starts happening here and people start dying, it's going to be on your hands. And all you guys think about is the money that you guys are going to be collecting. Where's that money going to go? I don't know. But basically, I'm going to have to say something. You're an officer. He's going to probably get a little pay raise on his pay. And you guys are probably going to be making a little money off the side over there. So that's what I got to say right now. So if anybody dies in the state, it's going to be on your hands. Just remember that.
Good morning, Board. My name is Raymond Smith from Valley Springs. Personally, me, my family, if we cannot cultivate cannabis, we wholly rely on small business farms like the ones in this county. I believe that every one of them deserves a shot at the licenses that they have earned. A good amount of them already have their licenses, and without them, as I said, without the cultivation personally, me, my family, I'm really not sure what would become of us. Reasonable regulations codified by the state legislature already authorize cultivation for us. That has been outlined in the Attorney General's guidelines that are now a decade old, but they're still enforced and I believe valid. They're not binding, but they're still valid and enforceable for law enforcement, and that's why I follow it, because they're also for patients. Kirby versus Fresno held that state law preempted the county's attempt to criminalize cultivation of medical marijuana, and the trial court erred in upholding the criminalization provisions of the county's ordinance. Given the trial court's error as to the limited issue, the court reversed the trial court's dismissal of the action. Local ordinance do not preempt medical immunity. 11362.765. Subject to the requirements of this article, individuals specified in subdivision B shall not be subject on the sole basis of criminal liability under several sections of the state law. 1795.050A of the regulation ordinance, which I wholly support on behalf of my family and the patients that I know. The non-commercial cultivation of medical cannabis by persons aged 18 years or older, that is basically a prohibition on kids who need cannabis and anyone under 18 who has a kid, who has a child who needs cannabis. Whether you're a caregiver who's over 18, the definition of a caregiver under state law actually has an exemption for those who are under 18 to have safe access to cannabis. And regulations under the state actually said that they cannot buy cannabis at dispensaries. They cannot have access at dispensaries if they're under 18. If they have a child, if they are under 18 and they have a kid, they cannot get medicine for their kid. Under our ordinance, we're saying that they can't even cultivate that medicine either. What is to become of them? In addition to the actual abatement and or administrative costs in the county, enforcing this chapter, any person who has been issued a notice of abatement can be subject to a $1,000 a day fine. That's egregious. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Sam. I am a recent graduate from UC San Diego. I graduated from Calaveras County, went all 4 years there. And a lot of people have been making comments about how dangerous and maybe potent marijuana can be. I smoked marijuana every day, went to class, passed, got a degree from UC San Diego in neuroscience, and I don't know, it just seems really ridiculous that people are trying to make marijuana seem like a horrible drug that has negative impacts when we can go and I can go buy a bottle of like vodka from the store. I mean, people think that growing marijuana is going to lead to more car wrecks, but I don't see how that's going to happen, because you could go out and drink and drive anytime you want, right? So the accessibility of marijuana shouldn't be thought of as making people want to operate automobiles. And today you guys are discussing on whether to regulate or to ban the marijuana in this county. And honestly, the regulation just seems ridiculous to me because it's already regulated. You guys already heavily regulated it. The processes these people had to go through to get their licenses are absolutely already pretty stringent, and it seems like the regulation is a ban in disguise, as I've heard one of you say before, and that makes sense because it seems like you're just trying to ban. Of course, the whole county. Well, it seems like they want to ban marijuana. It seems like the general consensus is people don't want marijuana cultivation here. And the regulation just seems like a way to do that, but to still get money and be able to fund yourselves, I guess, because maybe you're scared that there might be lawsuits if you do ban it. So it seems like the regulation is just a way to get around money. It seems like you guys just need money, and it just seems ridiculous. If you think it should be banned, it should be banned. If you think it should be regulated, it's already regulated. I mean, the number of growers that applied originally 2 years ago was like 400. That number has quickly dropped to under 200. In another 2 years, there'd probably be only 100 growers growing here legally anyways. But you guys feel the need to regulate it more and tell people who already went through the process that that they can't operate their legally operated farms anymore is just ridiculous, because they already went through a lot of time and process to get their licenses. And I'm sure if you regulate it, all the people who aren't allowed to grow, like under the new regulations, will still have the ability to file lawsuits and sue the county over a bait and switch, since people poured their money in and time and invested in an opportunity which the county wants to not allow people to continue. Thank you.
I'm just looking for the password is all. Thank you.
Thank you for your silence. I'm Tom Tryon from District 4.
The chair recognizes former Supervisor Tom Tryon.
Will you start the clock over, please? I wish to bring a couple things to your attention. Number one, it was my understanding at the last meeting the board had on cannabis that the board had given direction that the size of a parcel that's under an ag preserve contract would be the size of the ag preserve that's under the contract, and not a bunch of the little assessor parcel numbers that are scattered throughout the larger ag preserve contract. So I'm asking for some clarification on that. Secondly, in the ordinance, you state that if you have an ag preserve contract, you can only have one registered parcel on it. Later in the ordinance, you say that if you have if you have room for two, if it's over 200 acres, then you can have two registered grows if it's zoned A1 or GF. But you can only have one if it's a ag preserve contract. And I would ask that you not do that, that you shouldn't be penalized for having an ag preserve contract. If anything, you should receive a bonus. But to be penalized, to me, is just grossly unfair, because it's an ag preserve contract. Secondly, I think you're going overboard on the carbon offset stuff. There's no reason. I agree that you shouldn't have gas or diesel generators, et cetera, that'll be electricity. But I think it's up to the grower to economically decide what form of energy he wants to use, and not be placing carbon offsets for a half-acre cannabis grow, cannabis farm. That makes no sense at all to me. And you have other a lot of other regulations, environmental regulations in the proposed ordinance, and I would caution you about that. Because this ordinance is a model, it's a footprint for the rest of agriculture in Calaveras County. And you're coming up on a general plan, and you're going to have an agricultural element, I suspect, in that general plan. And the environmentalists are going to use this to say, we want all these rules and regulations, we want water tests, we want soil tests, we want carbon offsets, we want all this in agriculture in Calaveras County. You can't just isolate a cannabis farm and say that we're going to treat this different than we treat all other agriculture in Calaveras County. The environmentalists are going to come after you with the format you've given them.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
And we'll answer all the questions after public comments, so we can go through them.
David White from Angels Camp. I'm going to pick up two subjects, one that was brought up earlier on general comment, and the one that's running now. And by the way, just in these 3 sheriff's visits, there are 4,100 illegal plants being grown as we speak, and the sheriff has been able to get rid of them. And thank God for that. That's just 3 visits. We need to understand that when we underpay our sheriff's department, it's not just making it difficult for them to live here and pay our taxes and have families here. We're also putting their lives at risk because whether you like it or not, cannabis is going to bring crime. And let me give you some information that was put out at the city meeting in Angels Camp by the police chief. He said, Colorado is ruining the day of what was going on. 156 counties in Colorado, most of them are trying to find out how to reverse their stupid decision, in their words, to grow marijuana. They've got more crime than they know what to do with. And it'll be the same here. We're a small community. So let me tell you, you have marijuana, you're going to have more crime. If you have more crime, you're going to have to pay these guys more money because you're going to have more police officers, and we're trying to deal with this as a problem in Angels Camp because we've got a police chief, we've got a police department, and also in Calaveras County. I mean, it's okay for people to talk about let's have a farm, let's regulate where it's going to be. You can't regulate marijuana. You can't get it now. And you're going to have more sheriff's deputies, and you're going to have to pay them more money. And I'll pick up something that somebody else said because I think it's really pertinent. Recently, there was a 2-county raid on a building not far from here, and they had a SWAT team out as well. They were there for hours before they managed to get people out of the building. I'm going to say to you, gentlemen, the same as somebody else said, which one of you is going to be the supervisor that has to go to the home of that cop that gets shot by these bums that come in from out of state to grow marijuana here because we're an easy push? Which one of you is going to be the one that has to go and see the mother or the sister or whoever it is and tell them, but we did a raid last night and your son, your husband got shot? I want to know which one of you wants to put your hand up now. You're going to do it, and you're going to be happy to do it, Michael, yeah? Won't be the first time, sir. I'm sorry? Will not be the first time. It doesn't matter. My
Thank
wife wouldn't be the first time either.
Thank you. Thank you.
I apologize about that. It's just, I was.
I'm glad I got smiles up there. Thank you very much, except for one, a scowl. Only one thing I want to point out. I've talked a couple times in these meetings over the last 2 years, And I understand that we're going to come to a decision, basically what people say today. But I want one thing to be pointed out. We've kicked this count down the road 2 years, and that's too long. And now we are forced to make a decision based upon time. And that's not totally fair for all parties, both this side and that side, okay? What I'm talking about is, did anybody think about the amount of properties that are actually available to us so that we can sell our property and then go buy a property to be able to go ahead and do a cannabis commercial cultivation? I checked, there's 14 properties available online right now, okay? And for how many people do we have registered as legal growers to go out and fight for those properties? And a lot of us are small family farms that use this money to either, that is their income, or that supplements their income. We're looking at making a county that was on the fringe of being a poor county to a poorer county. I'm not talking about taxes coming into you. I'm talking about the funds that are going to be spent within the county, because we make our money here legally with the 200 plus growers that are legally licensed to be able to commercially grow, okay? We spend money at Senders. We spend money at the grocery store. We spend money at the laundry store. We spend money at different places within this county. And we pay our taxes in this county. But if they're not making the money on those small little farms that you're telling they cannot grow in certain areas because it is not available to them, because you have basically corralled them into these little areas. And thank you, Jack, for making eye contact. Everybody else has not made eye contact with me, but thank you. You're forcing these small farms into the little areas that are not available or priced out to where they can't do it. Now, what happens to their income? Okay? Did you guys have property available when you decided to make where the fund or where the properties are available? I recommend that you relook at that zoning, make it acreage, and then make a district to where the districts that have the most farms, sorry, Jack, but we are over there, make a district. Make the districts come to a vote and say, hey, yes, we're allowing this in this district. And the other districts that don't want it, hey, then vote it, like Angels Camp, okay? Dennis, Angels Camp is a non-growing city.
Thank you, sir.
You guys can do that, okay? Stop kicking the can.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Glenn Malliette. I'm a resident of District 2. I've lived there all my life. I've seen the changes that have gone through the county. We've always had marijuana here. The problem has come with this permissive attitude that was developed where we were identified as a site that everyone could come and grow freely. That's where the problem comes, not from the act of growing marijuana. I'd like to read to you my letter I submitted on the 27th to the Board of Supervisors. Honorable gentlemen, thank you all for your demonstrated commitment to public service and the best interest of all the people of Calaveras County, my home since the early 1970s. I respectfully ask your time and attention in consideration of the following comments for public record about your pending decisions regarding commercial cannabis regulation or prohibition, an issue with profound and complex long-term implications to you, to the county, and your constituents. As I said, I'm a resident of District 2, a 1978 Calaveras High School honor graduate. I have a degree in environmental resources engineering and work experience related to water quality control, including work with the Army Corps of Engineers, Water Quality Control Board, County of Calaveras, where I acted regulating septic systems. We had a lot of problems with septics that were allowed that didn't function right. And also have experience in an analytical testing lab. So I'm familiar with the chemical aspects of materials. I have decades of amateur outdoor organic gardening experience. I've lived in my current home for 25 years. I'm a respectable, tax-paying, peace-loving, good guy, here for the long run. through good, bad, and ugly. Your efforts to protect public safety, prevent public nuisance, and prohibit environmental degradation associated with the irresponsible cultivation is commendable. But don't try to take people and say just because you have less than 100 acres, you're a threat. I would like these decisions to be made on merit, individual merit of each property. Am I creating a problem or am I not? That should be the question, not whether or not I am doing something that people don't like. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. What would you think if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song, and I'll try not to sing out of key. Oh, I get by with a little help from my weed. I get high with a little help from my weed. I'm going to try to get a little help from my County District Board of Supervisors. Now that I have your attention, I'm certain that I'm not alone in saying that I'm tired of this. I'm tired of trying to run a business while the county keeps waffling about whether or not to ban said business. I'm sorry, but your time to waffle is over. Weed is recreationally legal in this state, and it's legal in some form in over half the states in this country. We have collectively given you millions of dollars. Are you going to give that back if you ban? From all accounts I've heard, you'll have to. And wait, I feel like I've said all this before. Oh, wait, I have. So all ban talk aside, because honestly, I think if you were going to ban, you'd have done it months ago. If it's a reconciliation between those ardently against weed and growers that you desire, might I suggest an alternative approach? Mediation? I think an open discussion between representatives of the cannabis community and our neighbors and the board and any other stakeholders might help. We can get through this finger pointing and name calling that's been going on for months now and have some productive discussion, as well as providing the board with invaluable information on how to regulate most effectively in the best interest of all. Perhaps this could even be a process of crafting a regulation. I'm sure it isn't easy after all. It may take time, but I think it would be worth it. So, to conclude, do you need any money? 'Cause we've got some money for you. Could it be any money? 'Cause we've been paying our dues. We get by with a little help from our weed. We get high with a little help from our weed. Oh, I'm gonna try to keep growing my weed. Thanks very much.
How do you top that? Yeah. We're in agreement on a whole lot of things when it comes to the cannabis issues, getting it out of residential neighborhoods, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're not in agreement on the way this is going here today. You can ban it. Hopefully you don't. You can regulate it, but what you're doing really isn't regulating. What you're doing is putting 100% of the mom and pop operations out of business. What you're doing with your regulations is you're going to cause a few thousand people to be unemployed. Cannabis, the movement, the whole thing going all the way back is not about big business, it's about mom and pop. It's about individual rights that you're stepping on. The urgency ordinance, I know a lot of people hate that, don't bring it up again, but it was really a good piece of work. All it took was a few changes for it to work better. You're taking it to extremes, and as a result, you're really going to hurt a lot of people. And what I'm seeing is that that's okay. Oh, I forgot. I'm Bob Bowerman, District 5. Been here 17 years. This is my forever home. Right now, I'm really, really ashamed of our county and the direction we're going, because we're going to hurt a whole lot of people, and you don't have to. It's being done on egos, and that's kind of the way it's coming down. Your egos are refusing to compromise, and that's wrong. What you're about to do is called bait and switch, and there's no other way of describing that. Bait and switch is not okay on anybody for any reason. Bait and switch from our county is flat out wrong. You're going to hurt a lot of people.
Thank you, Bob. Sir, you're up.
Thank you. I really came here today with absolutely no intention of speaking. Let me give you a little background about myself. I've lived here before the fire. I've been doing this before the fire. I've had an actual business since well before that. Since 2012 is when I actually started my business, way before you guys ever recommended it or required it. One of the things that happened to me is I was one of the first, along with a few other in this room, to actually be approved. Courtney Meinhardt, your co-compliance officer, came and passed me with flying colors. He left my property saying this is a place that we rarely see, a place that doesn't have trash everywhere, a place that actually is run by a small family, a place that is right. We've paid our taxes, we've paid our dues, we've done everything right along the way. We've bent over backwards to do these things because this is my home. I went in and I was told by the planning department that, oh, I can't re-register and I can't do anything like that for the moment because of everything that's going on with the ban. Well, I tried to go in and renew, and they told me that it's sealed and done now. I can't even re-register myself. Now, I was one of the first ones. I wasn't even going to speak, like I said, but I heard somebody put a little sly comment out as the lady with the guitar left, and it was move to Colorado. Here's what is being done, and here's what you're doing. You're backing us into a corner. You're either going to have the people like me who have come to the plate and batted for this county over and over again, paid all of our dues, and you're either going to turn us away and you're going to tell us we need to sell our homes, we need to move our families, we need to uproot. I know I look young to you, especially all, no offense, but I'm the leader of my family. I'm the man of the house. I take care of my dad who has cancer. I take care of a lot of things. Okay? It's what we do. It's what this community is built upon. That's why I moved here all that time ago. Okay? But by telling us we can't re-register, by telling us we can't continue on after we've done what is right, you're either going to force us out or you're going to tell us that we have to do things illegally, and we all know what that's going to cause. You're going to have people that leave. You're going to set the property values down even further. You're going to have people doing things illegally, and because of all this, you're going to invite the things that we have fought so hard over the last 2 years to get the hell out of here, and that is the illegals. You're going to draw in more people who, excuse my language, just don't give a shit, and that's not us. I don't need to come up with a guitar. I don't need to put any sly comments about Colorado. I don't need to do any of those things. What I need to tell you is you need to allow us to re-register. You need to be fair about it, and you need to take each case specifically. And I know that's hard, but when you have a good place that pays their dues and is right, isn't that what you want to keep here? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Brian Miller. I am from Railroad Flat. I'm a 37-year resident in this county. We were one of the first farms approved as well. We live in Railroad Flat on 4.5 acres with a 10,000 square foot grow. Your new ordinance of 100-acre minimum, I believe, is financial discrimination. All the smaller farms mom and pops, we cannot afford 100 acres. If you pass that ordinance today, what is 100 acres going to cost me tomorrow? What about the 200 farms you approved already? They're all the hoops that we jumped through the county, through inspectors, through soil testing, and then you're going to make us move or make us shut down. I cannot afford 100 acres tomorrow, but what I can afford is a big-time attorney that will sue this county if you don't do this right, and include all of us. Thank you very much.
Proponent Randall Smith, District 3. I just handed you a piece of paper. I emailed it also, but I just want to read it into the record. On the current draft ordinance, regulation ordinance, there's a couple of provisions I have a little concern about that affect indoor. 17.95070F6. This provision feels like a solution looking for a problem. The state has mandated testing of all produce, and any test that fails the product will not go to market. Forcing indoor growers to retain for water retention and storing old water imposes an undue and unwarranted hardship upon these businesses. If you want to test the water, test it while it's being used. Okay? All you will find is stuff that makes green things grow. Then I found an internal inconsistency in the ordinance. I think you guys really need to address this. 17.95070A5 says there should be no form of signage on the parcel suggesting the presence of cannabis. Then, in the same provision F8, you require that we advertise to the whole world that we're burning sulfur or running CO2, which would obviously indicate the presence of cannabis. So you can't, one of those provisions have got to go. They're just internally inconsistent. Now, as to the bigger picture, I just want to say something. Look, every argument we've ever heard from people advocating for a ban is an advocation for regulations. Every concern that they have shared can be addressed, is being addressed in these regulations. Now, I believe that you are real close to a deal. You're there. You're right there. And I think it comes down primarily to that 100-acre minimum. If you guys could find a way to come down on that a little bit, I think you have something that can stand up. Gary, you said from the beginning, no RR, no residential. That's in there. That's a done deal. Nobody's arguing against that. That's been the big compromise from the industry side, major compromise. Get it out of RR, get it under control, tax it, pay the sheriff, pay the county staff. Let me put it this way. Calaveras County, you're the fourth poorest jurisdiction in the sixth largest economic engine on the planet. What is your excuse? Why are you dirt poor? It's because of policies in this county. You have an opportunity, and yes, money matters. People that say that, oh, you're doing it for the money, that's not a good argument in a capitalistic society where money drives everything. You can't pay the sheriff without money. You can't pay the staff without money. Thank you.
I am not for the drugging up of America or Calaveras County or California. I believe that we are meant to be examples to the world because we are a leader of the world. A leader is a role model. We are important. Regulation will not work because it has not worked. There are illegal grows all over this county. Because of pot growers, we are losing our rights. The direct results of pot is to the county is terrorism. Medical marijuana is a joke. It is the gateway drug to opiate addiction. Nurses in hospitals can legally use doctors' prescriptions to sedate patients. This sedation is the byproduct of opiate addiction. MRIs show that marijuana has caused brain damage. The electorate of the county changed the supervisors. The public wanted a change away from marijuana. The former supervisor who just spoke mentioned different problems with regulation. So ban it. 1,000 permitted workers and their families have hiked prices up across the board for all, including those who do not have a marijuana business to meet their bottom line. There's a housing shortage in Calaveras County and in California because of this. Deputies, once willing to work here at less money because they could afford to do so, can no longer. I hope that you will ban it. Thank you.
Morning, gentlemen. Mark Bolger, Rimrock Farms. Couple issues to bring up is 1795060B4 states that a copy of the notice of applicability with the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control, well, it says district, it should be board, but whatever. It says that also it would require the resulting permit. The notice of applicability is the resulting permit. The notice of intent is the initial application. With the notice of intent, you have to have the biological site assessment done, the cultural resources inventory. So all of the regulatory compliance is achieved with that initial attempt. Every single farmer who's gone through the permitting process has that notice of applicability, but many of them are going to have it at their current property that no longer meets the zoning requirements. So I would suggest you guys reconsider that. The State Water Board is going to be inundated with applications from across the state. We don't know how long this is going to take. Again, these are people that have achieved that notice of applicability at their former site, and all the regulatory concerns are taken care of with that notice of intent. Secondly, 1795070E1 is the requirement of the 100-acre minimum. I personally feel that's a little burdensome. If you can achieve the 500-foot setbacks and all the other requirements and proper zoning, it seems to me that the 100-acre minimum is unnecessary. If you are going to stick with that, I would hope you would consider ownership of contiguous parcels that has the appropriate zoning to be conjoined to allow the 100 acres. The boundary line adjustment process can take quite a long time. If the goal is to achieve revenue from these farms, but we're waiting 2 years to get a boundary line adjustment or a lot merger done when we've already got over 100 acres, doesn't seem to help county finances. Lastly, 1795070E16 is the requirement for in-ground growing only. I spoke with Sheriff DiBasilio last Friday about this. He said he was going to be here to discuss it. I don't know if you're going to have a chance to question him later. Anyway, he felt that with registered farms that are part of the track and trace system, that requirement was not something he needed. I can't speak for him, but if you could ask him. There's many reasons we don't plant in the ground. Major one being not all the soil here is that great. I can't tell you how many farms I've done consult work for where they've planted in the ground wanting to lower their height in hoop houses, ending having up to put containers above those trenches they dug. Drainage issues, soil-borne pathogens, fusarium, pythium, rodents. You know, the voles this year took out a large percentage of people's crops. So, again, I think that track and trace takes care of any potential of movement of those plants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Good morning. My name is Randall Bach. I've been a resident of Calaveras County since 1980.
and my family's roots go back to Calaveras in the 1800s. What I've been doing for the past few years is researching an alternative to pain control for my wife who had a chronic spinal injury. And in the past few years, with the help of some exceptional people, we have developed a medicinal salve. And this amazing salve has caught the attention of dermatologists, biochemists, and now investors who are interested in promoting and distributing our product. We have brought relief to people with chronic pain and arthritis. Both osteoarthritis and rheumatoid arthritis patients are experiencing their symptoms in remission. We are in the process of forming a company to manufacture and distribute this medicinal salve derived from a special cannabis that I have created over the past few years. In addition to, in order to satisfy demand for this cannabis product, we need to enlist local growers in the West Point areas where I'm from. We hope to have people contract with other growers to do our special hybrid that we've created. My son has applied for a commercial license at the time it was required, and now we seem to be in a state of limbo as far as what our potential is to proceed with this business. Our goals are to complete our business plan with the help of Calaveras County, and from listening to some of the people speaking today, I'm hoping that we can do this on like a case-by-case basis, because I don't have 100 acres. My son doesn't have 100 acres, and so we're kind of like up in the air at the moment. So we hope to enlist the help of local small growers. Our also plans are to promote our medicinal cannabis from Calaveras County and for people in need of alternative pain control. And we're looking forward to working with Calaveras County to facilitate this exciting new venture. Thank you.
Good morning, Vicki Reinke, District 4, and I'm also on the committee of Calaveras Residents Against Commercial Marijuana, so I want to make that comment now. And I've been advocating, obviously, for a ban for the last 2 years, and I have not changed my opinion about that. I've done a lot more studying, a lot more reading, a lot more research. And my answer still comes back to the same thing, and that is a ban in Calaveras County is what needs to happen. And one of the reasons, and I don't usually go on the emotional piece because I feel like there's enough data and enough other things to have a reasonable argument, but I've brought those things forward already and sent emails. The reason that the people in Calaveras County have been against marijuana, and it's a majority, I will tell you, because I talk to a lot of people, and some subjects they don't care about, but this one catches everybody, and it's not a partisan issue either. It's very bipartisan. I have a lot of friends who are what you would call more liberal, and they totally are against it as well. But it has to do with people who live their lives honest, people who live their lives to raise their kids the best they can, people who teach their children not to drink, not to use drugs, to live a good, wholesome life. That's what Calaveras County is about. Those are the people I meet who have been here generations, and I love them to death because they are those kind of people. They're the kind of people I remember growing up with in my family. But anyway, that's the emotional part of it. The people don't want this in their county because they want to continue to have this wholesome life. Marijuana does not bring that to a county. We've seen it. We've had 2 years of it. We've studied it. We've found out that what happens is if you don't do what the marijuana industry does, they come after you with a lawsuit. They stop you from putting your initiatives on a ballot. That's not the people we are. If we put something on a ballot, it's because we're very serious, because that's not our way of doing things. We do things because out of kindness, out of caring for people. But when this was confronted to the people, that was our only alternative, and it was taken away. So it's up to you guys to do what's right for our county. We're talking Calaveras County. We're not talking about the state of California. The other thing that people keep saying is that you're going to take away our medicine. Now, we did get Prop 64. The people of California, not Calaveras, voted to say that adults can use marijuana
Thank you.
and grow 6 plants.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Hi, Board. My name is Ann Hill from Columny Hill. And once again, I'm up here to say please ban. The farmers historically in the United States, they have had to change their products that they grow from time to time. Maybe they'll change from cotton to corn or soybeans to wheat, and barley also is one of the products. And even in California, they've come up with rice. You have to think that the farmers that are growing pot right now, they're saying, oh, you're going to make us move, we got to move, we got to have a bigger property. They don't have to move. They can grow any other product. They want to be farmers. They should grow a viable product for the community, such as corn, carrots, onions, wheat, whatever hay, even hay. The end users for pot are generally homeless. They can't hold jobs because they don't pass the tests for getting jobs. And they also are drug addicts.
Wasn't this
so-
the very thing that we weren't supposed to be hearing in these meetings where
On-
tired people...
Okay, hold on.
Casting them by speakers?
Hold on. I'll allow her to speak. Thank you.
Okay. And on the whole, water and soil are disturbed by the pot growing, the methods and the products that are used. So we have problems with water. You can check with the Eel River as a big source of being really polluted. It's terrible from the pot growers up there. So once again, I just say, please ban. Thank you.
Point of order, Mike, or Gary. We have heard these certain people cast aspersions at a whole group of people, call them criminals, and all kinds of things. I don't think that is appropriate.
Thank you.
Howdy, Board. Aaron Elliott, District 4. Happy New Year's, everybody. I do kind of, I don't know if I'm allowed to, but could I distribute this to document? Point of order, procedurally, on the entrance here, we see a sign designating this as a kindness zone, and I'm hoping that that can be enforced procedurally, and you guys may be able to possibly be kind to pre-existing, compliant, small farmers who operated in good faith, and be kind and perhaps let us continue operating or make fair regulations where we can transition into a legal marketplace. Appreciate you all. Have a wonderful one.
I'd like to make a point of order.
Yes, George, what is your point of order?
Couple sitting behind me, they've been making disparaging comments. You, unlike...
Can you come to the microphone, please?
Unlike Michael, who when he was the chair, squashed it.
I haven't heard anything, George, so I'm sorry if I
Well,
haven't heard
then
it.
you need to get your hearing checked. No, I'm
Thank
serious.
you, George. Thank you.
No. And
Thank you.
And these people said to one of the speakers, move to Colorado.
I did hear that.
Huh?
I did hear that.
Well, good. You need to do something about it. You're the chair now. And
George,
District
your point of order is taken.
and District 1 has had the chairmanship
George,
for
you're out of
3
line.
years.
You're out of line. I'll do something about that. You're out of line. And if there's, we will have respect to everybody in here. Everybody in here, if you're an American citizen, raise your hand, please, right now. We're all American citizens. We all have the right to speak here. And even if you're not, you have the right to have your opinions heard by this board and heard it free and clear without any disparaging remarks from anybody. Hold them to yourselves, please. If you want to go outside and talk about it, go outside. But inside these board chambers, we will respect each and everybody in here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I need like a 5-minute break.
You need a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
We'll take a 5-minute break. All right, we are back in session. And before we go forward and continue with public comment, I have a couple things to say. First off is we need to all be civil here. If somebody is making remarks, then you need to not jump up and scream and yell. You need to come to the podium and let the board know. Okay? We will not tolerate any discouraging remarks here towards people of anything they have to say, anything they believe. This is a boardroom. This is the county. You have the right to your opinion, and you need to respect other people's opinion too, even though you may not agree. If you cannot do that, then you need to remove yourself. I will not tolerate for the rest of this meeting what went on prior. I have the right to close the meeting and clear this room and allow the board to conduct county business without disruptions, if that's what we need to do. But I hope we don't need to do that. I hope we are all civility towards each other, civil towards each other, and we at least respect each other's opinion. Hopefully that's clear enough, and we won't have to go into anything further. So, public comments, we're back to where we were.
Point of order, real quick, sir. Can we just get the TV in the foyer turned up a little bit? It's so quiet, it's hard for them to hear out there. Thank you.
Yes, you can. Thank you. We good? Okay. All right. Next public commenter.
Bill McManus. I'll try to find my place after that brief interlude while I was standing in line. When it comes to, I just want to keep it on the ordinances. When it comes to the regulatory ordinance, I'm surprised at how quickly it's grown and how vastly different it is from the first time you introduced it, going from 50, a cap of 50, and then the lotteries, and now we're up to 100-acre minimums, which could be, as I understand it, almost 1,000 lots in Calaveras County available for this. So the scope of growing is expanded greatly. Beyond that, in looking through the documents, there's one I went through, and it stopped me immediately when I read it, and I didn't go any further, and that's all I'm going to talk about. And that's in the, what do they call it, findings of fact. That would be attachment A. That would be section 8, general findings, paragraph B, and about halfway down in paragraph B. In reading this, I was truly surprised. I know you probably have it in front of you, and I don't know if you read it or not, but I'm going to read it real quick, just a portion of it. The county has determined that any remaining significant effects on the environment that are found to be unfavorable are acceptable due to the overriding considerations described in section 12, These overriding considerations consist of specific economic and other benefits the project which justify approval of the project and outweigh the unavoidable adverse environmental effects of the project. My question to you is, and I hope someone's writing down the questions, I want to know from the supervisors, what is that value? You have placed a value on the livelihoods and lifestyle and property of people in this county. How much is it? You must have a number. You have to decide whether you're going to sell this county out for money and all the livelihoods and lifestyles of law-abiding citizens. How much is that going to, how much are you going to get for that? And you don't have to tell me. Tell all the people out here. They're the ones whose lifestyles and livelihoods are at risk, and you've put them on the auction block. Please tell me how much it's going to take for you to say, we're sorry, the money's more important than your lifestyle. Tough. That's the only question I have, and it's right in your statements of fact. And this is not some whimsical musing of staff. This is a document, and it's a document of fact, presented as fact. And if you want to deny that it's in there, that's fine too. But please tell me how much Calaveras County and our livelihoods are worth.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Other public comments?
Hi, I'm Bruce Judici, District 5. I've been looking through financial statements and audits for the county and looking at how the county has balanced its budget this year and how it's balanced it the past couple years. And my question would be, I know a lot of people are saying it's not about the money, or how can it be about money, and how dare we stoop to think that it's about the money. But there is money involved here, and the amount that we're talking about is not inconsequential. I mean, I saw at a meeting that Rebecca Callan was saying, you know, without this tax money, we're going to have some layoffs. What programs are you willing to cut? And you know, and here we are in the middle of the fiscal year. And so if this ban does go through, then there's going to have to be some serious financial decisions you're going to have to make. And so while we're talking about, you know, cutting loose with the quality of life here, well, you know, if we're going to be letting go more deputies, we're going to be letting go more environmental regulators. If we're not going to have that, then that also has an impact on the quality of life. And so there is a fiscal impact about what you're deciding here, so in terms of tax dollars. And so I just wish you'd consider that. Thank you.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I had a question or two. When there's an illegal grow, what happens to firearms that are confiscated? Are they melted? Are they sold? Or what is done with them? What happens to any money that is confiscated? Does the Sheriff's Department get to keep it? Does it go into the general fund? Or how is money that's confiscated? We know the cannabis gets destroyed, and that's where the big money is. A plan might be considered whereby we could recoup expenses by finding alternative methods of disposal or utilization. Perhaps contacting another area where there's a lab that processes the oil for disposal or utilization. And I heard a lot of talk about money, salaries for the sheriff. I know several years ago there was a crunch on finances, and our administrative officer and all the board members took a 10% cut in their pay to make up the difference. Would that be something you would consider to help make up some of the difference in the budget? And then finally, my final comment is, if someone on this board has indicated they have financial interest that may be impacted by a decision on cannabis. Isn't that a conflict of interest? And shouldn't that person have a responsibility to recuse themselves if they're honest? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jessica Clofin. I'm from Valley Springs. In regards to the regulations being proposed in the ordinances, I believe that the purpose of these ordinances is to protect our environment and our communities, environmental hazards, safety, things like that. My concern is that the proposed regulations, many of them are about the site of cannabis or the smell of cannabis or how close to the property guidelines it is, when none of these really are affecting the environment or causing security risk. Creating restrictions such as such large acreage or large distances from property lines, being biased in zoning restrictions from one agricultural industry to another, will only prevent the current participating and compliant registrants from being able to continue to be compliant. This effectively reduces the number of actual possible compliant registrants to be left to little to none, leaving, therefore, little to none Measure C tax coming in. This also prevents a thriving industry of a huge majority of the residents, preventing them from continuing to build a legal agricultural industry that they've already invested time and money in. All the people and all the citizens here are equal, and the lifestyles of everybody maybe feel like they're at risk from one decision or another, but everyone needs to be treated equally with the industry and the pursuance on how we choose to pursue, as long as we're compliant and we're safe and legal in our actions. It's not about the properties that are allowed and that are capable of these actions. What about the people who have already been compliant and the properties that have already been in compliance from the guidelines that were already put out from the prior ordinances? How do we encourage these people to continue to be compliant and allow them to continue to be compliant and not being biased in the zoning and so restrictive on these regulations to where the majority of these people that we've already seen step up, participate, involve themselves in trying to create something for this community that's better. Whether you agree with cannabis or not, this is what's right. It's supporting an industry that is trying to support the community. And putting so many restrictions on it is going to squander the people that are involved in it. Let's take some more advice from the people in the industry that you guys agree with, that you guys see are being compliant and are seeing being active in the industry and are helping. Let's take some more advice and some feedback from them, because I'm fearful that it all will be squandered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Morse, Angels Camp. I'm sure all of you know that the Cole Memo was revoked on January 4th of 2018. Not just the Cole Memo, but all of the previous memos having to do with what transpired prior to the federal government. And now there's none of those in place. Having said that, I think it creates more unknowns than even before that we knew about. And one of the unknowns, I remember I was here on December 21st, and I was talking about my call to Cannabis. And I was asking questions concerning licenses and track and trace. And at that time, there was some objections as to what I was saying, what I said. So I followed up with that call, and I again called them. And I spoke to a supervisor in the Cannabis Enforcement Office. And she brought to my attention, which I didn't know, and maybe some of you don't know, is that the track and trace system, which was discussed on the 21st, that we may rely on that. The track and trace system, what I learned was to comply with the Cole memo. Well, the Cole memo is gone now. And I guess the other states, Colorado, Washington, Oregon, they did that too. And this enforcement officer told me that they put that in the track and trace to comply with the Cole memo. Well, so I said, well, what happens now that the Cole memo is not going to be, it's gone, it's been revoked? She said, we don't know. It's an unknown. And she said that their lawyers are working with that. So that's one item. Also, I brought up the fact that who will have access to the track and trace if, in fact, it continues in the future? Will local jurisdictions, meaning city government, county government? And she flat out said, no, there'll be, as of now, there is no access. Okay, and what she meant by that was, there's just no access. The only people that'll have access are cultivators who get annual licenses. Now, sometime in the future, they may open it up to local jurisdictions, but she did not know that yet. And she said also it would have to go under some sort of a memorandum of understanding. So I went through it again. I repeated it over to her. And anybody wants to know the information of where I got this from? That's 2 times now I've been told the same information about the track and trace system. So I don't want us here to rely on something that maybe will not be available to us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Robert Schufelt. I have one particular thing that I'm a little worried about with the regulatory ordinance as it's written.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
In 1795060, big F, it's discussing some sort of process that you go through if you are registering a parcel that is adjacent to a parcel that is zoned for residential use, and according to the Article 3, Title 17 of the Calaveras County Code. If you read Article 3, Title 17 of the Calaveras County Code and look at all of the different base zonings, they all allow for residential use. So I see a big cluster here that could ensue, or maybe it's a Trojan horse, I don't know. But it seems like the way it's written, it could lead to a lot of unintended friction in the community, because I have A1, my A1 is zoned for residential use. If I'm abutting more A1, that's also zoned for residential use. And the way this is written, anyone could gum up the works on this, and we're not going to have a functioning process. And, I thought we had maybe clarified this in the meeting in early December, middle December. And I think, Gary, you said the intention of that was something about zoning variances or setback variances, but I don't see that reflected in the wording here, that is what this is about. And then I worry that, a GF parcel zoned for residential use, so you could be surrounded by timber tract, and someone could gum up the works on that, whether for, reasonable reasons or unreasonable reasons. And that's what, I hope that that's what we're all working on in good faith here, is to try and make a workable solution where the majority of the county can move forward and come up with something good here. And I hope that we can do that, because the best thing for us is a nice regulated market here, where most of the problems that I've heard seem to be problems with the state regulations. Track and trace, that's the state. They're implementing that. We're going to be compliant with that. I don't think that that is contingent upon the Cole memo that actually doesn't deal with our medical problems. There's an act of Congress, the Rohrabacher-Blumenauer amendment, that deals with protecting us in our activities here. So just keep our eye on the ball. Hopefully we can make a workable system here, and that's what we're all working towards.
Good
Good afternoon. Megan Gonzalez, Rolling Hills Bookkeeping, San Andres. When cannabis regulations were drafted in Yolo, Humboldt, and Mendocino counties, agriculture experts, farmers, and cannabis industry stakeholders were consulted before regulations were put in place. I would like to know who was consulted in this county to draft these regulations. Which farmers did you consult regarding in-ground planting? What reputable environmental or financial specialists did you reach out to discuss the potential impacts of displacing over 400 farms? I've seen only 2 reports introduced in this body, the EIR and the silent poison paper provided by Supervisor Mills and Mr. Cox. Both reports' credibility and accuracy have been greatly called into question on multiple occasions. Listening to public comment and claiming it to be talking and listening to experts isn't accurate. A dialogue is required. Questions need to be asked and answered, which, to the best of my knowledge, has not happened here. It seems you grabbed numbers out of the air, thrown them on paper, and called it regulation. And yes, I'm sure some of you have listened in public comment, but the large majority of information shared at this podium is opinion-based and not fact. I've seldom heard numbers or reputable reports quoted here. Over 700 people registered to cultivate here in 2016. This county took their fees, gave them guidelines, and said, have at it. This county has happily accepted over $10 million in canopy tax fees. Now you're looking to push most of them out with these regulations. Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines bait and switch as the ploy of offering a person something desirable, then thwarting expectations with something less desirable. That is precisely what this county is doing. You have given an entire industry hope, and now you're about to yank the rug out from under us. I certainly hope you reconsider it. Thank you.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for all your service with regards to these matters. I'm certain it's been tough for all sides involved. Anyway, I've got a situation. I did email all of you about this. I don't know if you got to it, but I've got 2 40-acre parcels. Now, I'm licensed with 2 permits, gone through the UO requirements, and next to my 242 to 43-acre parcels is another 40-acre parcel. And this particular parcel I have under option to purchase, and I'm currently leasing the property as well. So what I'm requesting you to consider and actually sign off on is the 100-acre minimum, if that's the only way this is ever going to happen. I believe that it would be a fair, reasonable, and decent extension of the 100-acre definition to have it contiguous, whether or not it was in the process or needing to have been merged. That's certainly something you're going to discuss and deliberate on. But any way, shape, or form that you can allow some of us, and I think there's a handful or 2 of us that fit this criteria, that are currently licensed, following the rules, paying the money, playing the game, working within the guidelines that you've set for us, and yet we're going to be out the door because we have three parcels. And my belief is, and Mr. Maurer here can certainly clear that up for you, is that it's just need to be a change in the definition of parcel. It doesn't need to rewrite the ordinance or add other things unless you see fit to require that. But that definition of parcel can be amended to include that in a pretty reasonable and easy, innocuous way. So please pass that. Thank you.
Ben Stopper, District 5. About 3 weeks ago, I came in front of you asking you guys to get something finished because we have many more and more important things to deal with this in this county. Not being this issue is not important, but we have many issues that we need to move forward on for the greater good of our county as a whole. Now, a lot of people are talking about one of these issues is the economic viability of Calaveras County because the assessed tax values is really one of the strongest incomes that comes in for our general fund. This does help out, but it's not the end-all, save-all of our county. There are other issues that will, in coordination with this or without this as we move forward. With that said, that last meeting, there were some issues brought up by Mr. Toffanelli and some of the other supervisors that I do have to agree with. When it comes to distribution, the chain of custody, you were calling it, checks and balances, if you will, so on and so forth. With the state track and trace system that we've been reading through the law deeply, and to address this issue in the future, if you guys decide to put through hard regulation or a ban today, but if it's hard regulation, you decide to do that with your self-distribution, you should consider a Type 11 third-party distributor license in the future. It's not something that you need to do today, but in the future, if you do go with regulation, this provides your chain of custody. If you go through the law later on, you'll see the Type 11, the avenues it gives you, how it goes through the labs. It's a third party separating this distribution license from the people giving you your chain of custody, your checks and balances, and everything else as you move forward. Thanks for your consideration, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, members of the Board. Today we would like to take the opportunity to clarify what was discussed during the last BOS meeting regarding distribution. Producers can only apply for a Type 11 transportation-only license, which would allow them to transport sample products for the sole purpose of marketing and brokering their own product. Once a self-brokering direct sales order is placed, this license type, also codenamed self-distribution, does not allow the license holder to transport the product to the buyer's site and also does not allow him or her to organize the product for testing. Therefore, once the product is sold via a sales order being placed, the producer will still have to engage with a third-party distributor in order to transport the sold product batch to the distributor's site to have it tested and transported to the buyer's site if testing is successfully passed. In addition to having the third-party distributor collect and pay taxes and manage the track and trace compliance end-to-end process. In order to be able to do what you were discussing during the last meeting, a Calaveras grower would have to apply for a full Type 11 third-party distribution license and become a full-blown distributor. Please consider that we are moving into 2018 with probably 20 to 30 professional third-party distributors at an entire state level. If we allow, let's say, 200 growers here to become permanently licensed in the county, making such a high number of full third-party distribution licensees available to them, this would make very little to no regulatory and commercial sense. The full Type 11 distribution license type is meant for a professional third-party distributor or a big producer and sizable vertically integrated conglomerate invested in multiple license types. It is not meant to be made available to a vast number of small to medium cultivators. If made the only distribution choice locally via the county's regulations, the process, compliance, and technological complexities, along with the capital investment, operational, and licensing demands placed on our growers community would simply risk putting the vast majority of them out of business. In addition to that, wherever workable, it would substantially increase the control and compliance risk within the local supply chain, because as very correctly counter-argued by the majority of the board during the last meeting, such a self-distribution model on such a scale would constitute a serious breach in the local supply chain segregation of duties and therefore vital chain of controls. For the very first time during the last meeting, we found ourselves in agreement with the position taken by Supervisors Tofanelli, Mills, and Clapp on this issue. The third-party distribution model design in Malcursa is a powerful control and compliance tool which could finally realign and lead all of us towards a sensible industry regulation conclusion. Gentlemen, we urge each of you, our industry community, and the public at large present here today to consider embracing the distribution debate as a leverage to finally achieve an acceptable and properly regulated industry here in our county. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Any other public comment?
Hello, Board. I talked at a previous meeting. My name is Don Nye. I am a new resident of the county. I recently purchased 90 acres just outside of San Andreas. I'm interested in starting new business in the county. I spoke with the planning committee. I've met with Gary, and I am one of those people that has no intention on growing cannabis. However, that industry would be instrumental in supporting an analytical testing lab as part of an environmental and agricultural products testing lab that I'm interested in starting. My wife and I are anticipating starting that company. We would love to start it in our own county and pay our taxes and support the county here. We have right of first refusal on commercial zoned or industrial zone property, and it's a good fit. The concern I have is with all of us here in where we come down on regulatory versus banning, etc. I have my personal opinions, and I'm going to keep those. However, in either case, I am interested in getting a license that would allow me to operate this business inside Calaveras County. I don't see a conflict of interest. I would be interested in any questions or concerns any of you have. I'd more than welcome them, and I would be willing to answer any and all. So I appreciate your time, and I look forward to talking to all of you on this in the future.
Good afternoon. I'm Al Segala, speaking for myself, and I'm not influenced by Dennis Mills. I sent you a third alternative, and I think this may be a wiser choice. The problems we're going through trying to regulate or ban something that's such a vast industry in our county is just almost unsurmountable. And even the best you could do would probably have enough flaws that would hurt a lot of people. So I'm suggesting that you take a third alternative, go ahead and let the state regulate cannabis in Calaveras County. In other words, that means giving the money back and allowing land use decisions to be handled under CEQA by the planning department. You have a general plan, you have zoning, and a capable planning commission, and a super capable planning director. And I think that would be the way to go, rather than to try to go with a ban or regulation, even though the latest form of regulation is not as onerous as some of the previous suggestions. Sometimes we forget that the problems that are related to this product are part of are an integral part of the black market. Black markets are always caused by government. They're not caused by lack of regulation. They're not caused by bad people. Black markets are caused by government. The reason why this is so, and this is the truth, is because it takes government to ban something that people want. If people don't want it, well, you don't have to worry about black market. There'll be no market. If you're banning something that people want, just like alcohol, tobacco, or anything else you want to ban, you develop a black market. Once you have a black market in place, then it's a magnet for crime. Obviously, there's no protection, no legal protection for people that are manufacturing or buying or selling that banned product. Not at all. They're at the mercy of not only what government would do to them, but also what criminals would do to them in the way of thieves and worse. And so when you create a black market, you're making a bad environment for the community. And by banning or over-regulating, you create a black market. It doesn't make sense to do that. Thank you.
Hi, how's it going? My name's Colin. I grew up in Arnold my whole life. I actually sat up in front of this board many years ago to ask for a skate park in Arnold, California. I was about 13, sitting right up here asking for a skate park. I've seen this county change. In the last 3 years, I worked in the Gulf of Mexico for a long time, and about 10 years I did. We are on a 17-acre parcel right now. That is a residential agriculture parcel. Nobody could see us. You know, our neighbors are really nice to us. We have no problems with our neighbors. We've had one incident that somebody came up the driveway and they were on the wrong road. That's it. There's no view of anybody coming through our property that could see anything. Now, this 100-acre parcel or ban you're talking about right now is going to set up for people with lots and lots of money. And you guys are going to bring that to this county either on a ban. Eventually, this is going to be legal throughout the whole country. It's coming. Everybody here that could say that it's not going to come, it's coming. I mean, it's starting from state to state to state to state. There's 10 more on the list that are going to go next year. And I don't understand why we have such a conflict of an economy booster for this county where it's helping out. I have an individual that just moved back from Colorado. Her family's lived here for generations and generations. She just found out she was 3 months pregnant. Her boyfriend left her. She could call me and ask for a job and make some hourly wages. There's no other economy in this county that's providing that. You know, in those pictures, I've been on horseback in those pictures right up there and looking at those views right there. And this actually provides, this cannabis crop provides a soluble economy base to come to this county and help out so many individuals that don't have a job right now. Our youths don't have jobs up here that pay a decent wage, that puts food on the tables. And I mean, I just see another generation of problems coming. We have a brand new jail and a courthouse for drug offenders. And I mean, drug offenders, nonviolence. There might be a couple that, you know, we had a nice high-speed chase in Arnold, but that's it. You know, I mean.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Good afternoon, Tyler Daly, District 2. I'd just like to go over some things that are kind of bullet points to me. I have 22 acres. I built a house under the ordinance. I was told to build a house. I built a house. Now I'm being told I have to move to 100 acres and build another house. Does that make sense to anybody? Is anybody approaching this with common sense? Because it doesn't feel like it to me. Building a house is a major undertaking. I had to do that to comply with regulations. And now I'm being told that's not good enough. Like, does anybody even have an answer for me there? Because it's a troubling concern of mine. There's only 16 properties available for sale right now in the county that meet the requirements that you're asking for, Mr. Tuffanelli. 100 acres, zoned for ag. There's only 16 properties that are even available for sale. How do you expect 208 people that have already gone through the entire process to move onto these properties? It's impossible. And do it by June? It's impossible. At the very least that can be done, the 208 people that have already gone through the entire process, had a business license issued, built a house, background checks with the sheriff and everything, at least give them the chance to get permission from their neighbors. If their neighbors say they can stay, you guys have no concerns. Your major concerns are neighbors, smell, you know, everything. If the neighbors say it's okay for them to stay, then you should have no issue. So at least for the 208 people that have already been through the process, at least give them that respect. You know, I don't feel respected in this county as a business owner. I've brought a lot of tax dollars to this county that has helped eradicate a lot of farms. I get no respect for that. You know, I feel to eradicate farms, these people want to ban cannabis. I've done more to ban cannabis in this community than they have. I've contributed tax dollars that allowed that to happen. You know, so
You need to direct it to the board. We're not going to go down the road of any of that. We've done that earlier.
what's being proposed is not a functional ordinance, period. And Mr. Tuffanelli, we all know that you're the deciding vote here. That's why I'm talking directly to you. I'm asking you to accept what the Planning Commission has brought forward for 20 acres and 200-foot setbacks. You came forward with 50 acres and a 50 farm cap. They came back with a limited number of farms and setbacks. That's meeting in the middle. You know what I mean? You want something, we want something. That's meeting in the middle.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comments?
Chair, may I make a suggestion? When people want to make a public comment, can they please get up? Because one person talks and everyone quits, then we have someone else come up. It's really dragging the meeting off. If someone needs to talk, please have them get up and wait in line. Thank you.
If you at the outside or anybody in the room wishes to speak, can they please come and get in line at this time? 5 in a line.
Hello, Board. Trevor Whitkey, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance, District 2 voter. I've lived in this county since 1992. I grew up here. I went to Mountain Oaks Home School. I graduated high school. I went to Columbia College. I'm from this place. I'm going to live here. I'm going to continue being here regardless of what happens. But I really care about this community, and I care about what happens. I know what happened to this community when the mill shut down. I remember it because a lot of my friends growing up as high schoolers were from broken homes that were affected by the closure of the mills. And living in poverty impacts people. And when people lose jobs and they lose the ability to provide for their families, it has ripple effects that affect us years and years down the line. It affects the families and the children who are affected by growing up in poverty and growing up without opportunity and not seeing hope. And I want you guys to think about that, because your decision is going to affect the future of this community for a long time to come. There are people in this government center who are going to lose their jobs. It's not just about cannabis farmers. It's about everybody in this community figuring out a way to make it on and continue having a future and having hope for what's going to come. The urgency ordinance has been a learning process that has allowed the county staff to one, staff up and work out many of the problems of implementation and enforcement with these regulations. It was always known that it was going to be a learning process. Additionally, under the urgency ordinance, taxes to the county as well as fees have brought in over $10 million in the last 2 years. This is the only source of revenue that has come into the community since 2008 when you were on the board last time, Supervisor Toffanelli. Other than that, it's all been lost revenue. It's all been pointing downhill. Finally, we have an opportunity to bring in revenues to staff up the county so that we can get back to the levels before we were making cuts in 2018 as a result of the Great Recession. Environmental enforcement has begun as well. All of the issues surrounding the environment are being addressed. These regulations will address some of those. There are specific, stringent regulations that go above and beyond state regulations, which are already stringent enough. And the DPR's list of approved pesticides, there isn't a single hazardous chemical on that list. All of this is already being addressed. The regulations remove cultivation from residential zones. They create additional environmental regulations on top of the state's. You need to consider the message that you're sending to everybody in the community, the citizens as well as to other businesses. Who's going to want to come here and set up business in this county when you throw out hundreds of businesses and make doing business impossible? We need to improve our reputation as a business-friendly community, and we need to move forward with sensible regulations. The Planning Commission and the Board's suggestion are...
Again, if you wish to speak, you need to get in line.
Hi, Dina Morris. I just want to say I still support a ban on commercial marijuana in its entirety, and I'm still waiting to get my freedom and life back in my community. The industry it isn't the people necessarily that are doing the growing, but what they brought in is a lot of other people, thugs, that want to grow and are doing so and hiding in plain sight. We've had these grows eradicated from my neighborhood in 2016, only for them to return in 2017 and straight up tell our sheriff, we'll see you next year. So, again, I think the most important thing is safety for families. We need to ban commercial marijuana in Calaveras County and restore our lifestyle and our values here and protect our children. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. I think that there is a misconception that banning will get rid of cannabis. We all know better. There's 1,000 unregistered grows out there, and we have no economy. There's no economic base to deal with that if you ban. I think it's ridiculous to say we need to protect our children from cannabis when 0 people have died from it to date. I got a call from a friend that I haven't talked to in over 20 years this weekend. This friend I went to boarding school with, she lost 2 older brothers in the course of 2 weeks to opiates. No one should have to bury 2 brothers in their lifetime when they're in their 30s. Maybe they were in their 40s. She called me because our friend who passed from cancer this summer and got the end-of-life options bill passed, told everybody how much Calaveras cannabis helped her in her 6-year battle with stage 4 cancer. She was the first person to say, what about the children? What about their developing brains? She used to refer to people that like cannabis as stupid stoners. And when it was the only thing that helped her in her 6-year battle, she changed her tune. And she reached out to everybody and said that the cannabis that came to her through me from Calaveras saved her life. Well, it didn't. It prolonged her life. She did die. My friend called desperate because her eldest daughter is struggling with opiates. She doesn't like psychoactive cannabis. She wants CBD. She can't sleep. Her cravings are driving her crazy. And my friend called desperate. When people stand up here and say that medical marijuana or medical cannabis is a joke, I find that to be really insensitive. And, you know, frankly, we should not be making medical decisions for people legislatively like this. I'm absolutely appalled that, you know, I would not tell someone they have to check their insulin at the airport gate and that they ought to just, you know, take their chances if they want to travel. So anyway, I urge you to adopt reasonable regulations. A ban will not protect the children. It will not fund law enforcement. Builders get $50 an hour around here. Deputies should get that. Thank you.
Any other public comment? If not, I'm closing down public comment, and we'll bring it back to staff. Peter and Julie, there was a couple questions asked during public comment. Do we have any? Regarding the ordinance and some of the excerpts on the...
Well, there are a number of issues raised, you know, that concern about specific provisions of the code. I don't know, it's up to you whether you want to discuss those primarily. I heard they were about you know, aggregate parcel size. If you've got multiple parcels, could you combine those into a single one that makes, can you consider multiple parcels that are contiguous and under common ownership as 100 acre to meet the criteria. There was a concern about the potential inconsistency with signage requirements. I don't think there is a inconsistency. You know, what the one says is you can't essentially advertise that the cannabis is on site. The other is a warning sign. Doesn't have to say there's cannabis there. So I don't necessarily see that as being any consistency. Another issue was raised regarding the notice of applicability from the Water Board. Mr. Bolger brought that up, was requesting, I believe, that the notice of intent, which is the filing you must do in order to get the final permit, which is the notice of applicability, that be sufficient to meet the criteria established in our ordinance as a filing requirement. And raised some concerns about the in-ground requirement. I don't know, I saw Sheriff DiCilio here earlier. I don't know if he's still
No,
available.
he had the 2 o'clock, so.
Mr. McManus raised a concern about the statement of overriding considerations in the findings of fact of the EIR, where you have identified impacts that cannot be fully mitigated, and the impacts have been reduced but not reduced to a level of insignificance. The county must make findings that we've done the best we can and that there are other considerations that have been taken into effect in allowing the project, which is in this case is the ordinance, to move forward. And I believe there were I think 2 or 3 issues that we were not able to fully mitigate. One was on odor, the other was traffic. I think those were the 2. There may have been a third one. I'm drawing a blank right now, but those have been reduced but not fully mitigated. And if the board were to accept the EIR and accept the regulatory ordinance, then a finding would need to be made, and that's what's contained within this, that the bigger picture issue of whether it's economic or other considerations be made. So that's why that finding is in there. Let's see.
I think there was a question about ag preserve.
There was a question, I think it may have been a misunderstanding. One of the earlier drafts of the ordinance required that only a single cultivation site could be issued for an ag preserve, regardless of the number of parcels that might make up that preserve. That provision was removed at some point in time. It's not in this current version.
Sure. Can you open your microphone?
Actually, when they brought that up, I took a look here, and under, was it 179507, the 17, the final sentence there, I think is what you're thinking might have been removed, but it's still in there.
Oh, you're right. It was, that's on page 30.
Page 31.
Page 31.
30 of the, 31 of the draft, of the one that shows the underlined strikeout. That might have been an oversight on our part, and then maybe I misunderstood what the direction of the board was on that, so that's probably something we should clarify, whether or not it is the intent that, and I think there's sort of 2 issues here. One is, do you want to limit the number of registrations or permits for cultivation to a single site for a ag preserve, regardless of the size of the ag preserve? It could be several thousand acres made up of a number of parcels. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect, I think that this was Mr. Tryon was suggesting that if you have multiple parcels that are less than 100 acres, but are under ag preserve, that would qualify as meeting the 100-acre criteria. So there's 2 sort of separate issues here.
Yeah, I think they're very separate. One is that, the big umbrella of the Williamson Act. The others can amalgamate properties.
Right.
So I think we ought to probably take those on in separate pieces.
I think we should address each one separately.
I would agree.
Because
There were several speakers that suggested that distribution licenses be included, as well as some of that suggested that testing also be discussed. Those issues were discussed at the last meeting, and the majority of the board, if I recall, said at this point, no, we're not willing to go down that path. That's all that I have from my notes. So I think that the issues really are the consolidation of smaller parcels to equal 100 acres, if that's something that you want to consider, the issue of the ag preserve, and the notice of intent versus the notice of applicability. This is under section 060B4, submittal requirement for the NOA. I would tend to agree that getting the notice of applicability before you could submit your application is probably not going to be feasible. And so changing it so that a complete application for notice of intent to be filed with the county, and that they have to submit the notice of applicability prior to permit activation probably makes more sense in the sense that the timing would work that way. They would have to submit all the requirements of cultural resources, biological resources, which have to submit to us as well so that we can review them to ensure that there's no environmental effect on cultural or biological resources. So that, I think that change makes sense. That's sort of up to you as far as the policy decision you'd like to make on this.
Chair?
Yes.
Could I ask Supervisor Tryon to explain when he was talking about the ag reserve? Because I'm sort of confused after listening to.
Okay, thank you. See how to state this. First off, let me say I spoke during break with Leslie Davis, the assessor, and asked her on an ag preserve what you consider the parcel size. And she says, well, the parcel size for assessment purposes is the acreage of the ag preserve. We assess everything in that ag preserve the same. So in order to make my point, let me just discuss my own situation, because I understand that. I have my wife and I have an agricultural preserve. It's 368 acres. It's made up of 3 parcels. The one that we have the registration on is 24.95 acres, I believe. There's another one that's 1.5 acres. And then the balance, 330 acres or whatever it is, 340 acres, is a separate parcel. But in my discussions with her, I mean, she basically heard my earlier comments because she was watching it on the video, so maybe she's going to be on her way over here because I told her I would try to bring it up again this afternoon. But she basically agreed with my comments. And let me expand on my comments. I mean, assessor's parcel numbers are done by the assessor's office for the purpose of ease of assessment. It has nothing to do with ownership. It should have nothing to do with this discussion that we're having today. Assessor's parcel numbers are done by the assessor's office for the ease of assessment. Many of them are not even legal parcels. They're just done for the ease of assessment. So taking my argument is that in my ag preserve parcel, my parcel for the purposes of the discussion here today is a minimum parcel size, should be 368 acres. It shouldn't be 3 parcels that are done for the ease of assessment. That has no meaning. Likewise, I have a friend who bought an 80-acre parcel that was owned, or approximately 80 acres, don't hold me to the exact acreage, it was owned A1. He bought another, I think, 30-acre parcel that bordered it. It was zoned A1. And then he bought another 20-acre or 30-acre parcel that bordered it, that was contiguous, which was also zoned A1, which brings him up to 150 acres. And yet he doesn't have a 100-acre assessor's parcel number, because the assessor put a different parcel number on each one of those when he purchased it from the neighbor. So, in my opinion, you should not be using assessor parcel numbers at all. You should be using, for this discussion, you should be using the zoning, the setback, and continuous ownership. I mean, if you're in one of the three zones that's before us today, agricultural preserve, the AP, the Williamson Act, which I'm in, or the A1, the agriculture, or the general forest, it should be continuous ownership. If you have continuous ownership of 100 acres or more, then you meet the 100-acre criteria. And if you make it a smaller, if you want to make it 50 acres, then it should be 50 acres. But there's no valid reason to be using assessor's parcel numbers.
Well, one of the things I would be curious about, so you said like one of yours is 20 acres, an acre, and 3 something. And the farm's on the 20-acre one. Well, then what would happen if you sold the 20? What would keep us from...
Well, and I'm understanding your question, Clyde.
Okay, so like the minimums from right now, what we're talking about is 100 acres, right?
Okay.
So you could still sell the 20-acre, could you not? Would it be some way?
No.
Okay.
No, not in an ag preserve.
Not in an ag preserve, but if it wasn't in an ag preserve.
No. And the other point I made this morning is, in the ordinance as it's presented today, it says that if you have over 100 acres or 200 acres, so you have two 100-acre parcel sizes, you can co-locate, and you can get up to 44,000 then square feet under one ownership. My feeling is that why would you not allow that for an ag preserve? I mean, we have 368 acres. Why wouldn't we be able to or relocate somebody that is being unlocated because you're not giving out more registrations? Why would you penalize somebody because they're in the Williamson Act? I mean, you're talking cannabis grows. If anything, a Williamson Act should be a no-brainer that you would put it in a Williamson Act.
I think Mr. Supervisor Mills has a question.
Well, I don't know if specifically it's for Supervisor Tryon, but if you take...
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. You want me to sit down, or you want me to answer
No, my question, I think, would be more to staff, is and
you want
surrounding
to question me?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Surrounding
Thank
this
you for
issue
your consideration.
is if you take multiple APNs and you then combine them into a single parcel, how many parcels would that mean? What's the number that we would be then dealing with if we did that, over and above what we've already talked about?
So, first of all, Mr. Tryon is correct in that an assessor's parcel number doesn't necessarily mean it's one or more parcels. And we don't use assessor's parcel number. We use legal parcel. If you look at the definition of parcel, it is a legal parcel that can be sold separately. So we're using the parcel definition. It essentially comes out in Subdivision Map Act. And so you can have multiple assessor's parcel numbers on a legal parcel. You can also have multiple parcels under a single assessor's parcel number for assessment purposes. So the ordinance as written says you have to have a separate legal parcel. The policy question before you is whether or not you want to consider contiguous ownership. So if you have two 50-acre parcels or more that equal 100 acres or more, would that be sufficient to provide the 100-acre minimum size requirement that you would like to see? There are ways that can be crafted so that we could you can allow that, or you could just say, no, we want a 100-acre parcel, and if someone has two smaller ones that equal, then they can merge those or do a lot line adjustment or something like that. Those are the options that are really before you at this point in time to allow contiguous ownership. There would be a concern that we would have is that, okay, you've gotten your registration and then someone sold off one of those. But that would then be in violation of the provisions and they could essentially lose their permit and lose their state license by default on the local ordinance. So,
And I think that's the difference between Ag Preserve and the continuous lot. The Ag Preserve, as Tom said, he can't just sell that 20 acres because the whole thing is under Ag Preserve, under contract.
you would have to amend the contract, you have to come back before the board. Before that happens, has to still meet the criteria for Ag Preserve. If it's not under contract, there are no such requirements.
Well, I think the question still remains, though, is how many parcels, are legal parcels, are we dealing with?
The limitation at this point is going to be based on the number of approved registrations under the ordinance. I think we already have more parcels existing and may or may not be available. We heard there were 14 or 16 lots for sale today, but there are more lots, existing 100-acre or more parcels with appropriate zoning than we have registered cultivators. And by allowing the combination of parcels, that would increase that number, but it wouldn't necessarily increase the number of growers.
Just because there's 1,000 parcels that was mentioned earlier, doesn't mean there's going to be 1,000 grows.
No.
Did that answer your question?
It got far enough there that we're okay right now.
Mr. Chair, do you want us to start digging into this and start making amendments or changes or discussion?
We can have a discussion. Supervisor Clapp, you're off. Supervisor Mills, you're off. Supervisor Oliveira.
I have a request, Mr. Chair. Will we be able to take a break in the next 15 minutes to make a very important phone call I just received?
We can take a break right now. As a matter of fact, I wanted to say that we would go back into closed session because I have some questions that I would like to discuss in the closed session that we held open earlier today. So.
I had questions that haven't even been addressed.
You had questions that weren't addressed yet?
Yes. I asked them.
What were your questions that weren't addressed?
The confiscation of firearms and money on illegal roads, and the conflict of interest and recusal of people that have a financial loss or gain by virtue of the decisions made.
Well, we can answer some of those. We can't answer all of them. Peter, do you have?
I don't have the answer. It's really outside the scope of this ordinance, the confiscation of properties for illegal cultivation. That would be something that's a criminal issue under existing law, not addressed by this ordinance.
And the sheriff's not available right now. So, okay. Yes, sir.
Can I make a quick comment on the 100-acre?
We're done with public comment.
I was just saying there was a Butte fire. People can't sell their property if they're waiting for a PG&E settlement.
We are done with public comment. Thank you. Okay.
Dean, you said the sheriff wasn't here. I did talk to him on the way in, and he said he was going to address the board, and he did not have a problem with the containers being above ground. He said that he would address the board on that issue. So
okay. All right.
We're going to hold that as
okay. We're going to go. Yes, sir. You need to come to the microphone.
I object to citizens using this time to give anecdotal, secondhand information regarding to what the sheriff or staff said. They are advocating for their position. They are not answering your questions. Sir, and by the way, you didn't answer my question. Thank you.
What was your question?
My question was specific, and I asked it to be recorded and asked. I wasn't talking about the structure of CEQA.
Okay.
I was asking about what value you put on the land that makes it worth throwing our environmental concerns away for property owners. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We are going to close session. All right, we're back in session. Madam Clerk.
Report of closed session. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. Thus far, there is no reportable action. However, this item will remain open until the end of today's meeting.
Okay. So, is there any other board comments? Any questions? We'll get into discussion. Supervisor Mills, do you have anything?
Are we looking at discussion on the particular agenda item? Staff, I'd like to look back to 1795070D7.
Do you have a page number for that on our?
I've got it on my old printed copy here on page 26, but I don't think that's the correct page. 1795070D7.
7B, like in boys.
D Delta 7. Do you have a page for that, Peter?
It's on page 27 of the clean version.
Of the what version?
Of the clean version, the one
Clean
without any on strikeout. Under the markup version, it would be 28.
So it goes back to this proof of evidence of destroyed and not being relocated and harvested. How do we possibly, if let's say for instance they end up going to our county landfill, we go through a whole process when this arrives at the county landfill from eradication processes. Is our landfill going to be able to process it in the same way that we do from the sheriff's department? And will there be an additional cost involved in doing that? What kind of documentation would be needed? This is all things that aren't discussed in this. It's just saying immediately destroyed. It doesn't give anybody any clear direction as to what that is going to entail.
I don't think the intent was that we have a specific, here's the document you need to have. There could be a variety of different documentation that could be provided. It could be if there's if we hire a firm to help eradicate, then we would have their records. If the sheriff eradicated, we'd have their records. If they self-eradicated, they would have to take it and provide us some documentation that we would then have to provide us satisfaction that all of the canopy was destroyed and that they didn't retain any for any other illegal purpose.
There was a provision in the strikeout version that was added at the request of the sheriff, which is evidence that the cannabis has been destroyed as required, such as a receipt from a county waste disposal facility or a site inspection by county personnel shall be provided to the sheriff and planning department within 72 hours of its destruction. That was added at the request of the sheriff, and so thus far, Sheriff DeBasilio has indicated that he felt a dump receipt would be satisfactory because it wasn't the exclusive means of proving it, and I don't know all of the other ways of potentially proving it. I left it open by just saying such as.
The point is the dump receipt by itself, how it's handled once it gets to our county landfill, and just simply receiving a receipt for taking it to the landfill are two completely different things. And I think Public Works needs to weigh in on just exactly how they would handle it and what would be involved from their side if they were going to issue that kind of a receipt.
Well, there's a protocol in place right now for when we take
hazardous material.
Well, as well, but any cannabis that's been taken from any of the abatements that we've done, it is immediately tilled into the landfill, and it's so that it can't be utilized for any other purpose. So I think those procedures are already in place.
But it's the expense that's involved that isn't really noted here as to what it's going to cost to have a private individual take that material to the landfill and follow that process that's currently being done by the Sheriff's Department or Environmental Health.
Well, it's being done by code enforcement officers or the contractors that we've hired to do so. There is a billing process that we use to, we end up passing that bill on to the cultivator under our abatement enforcement procedures now. So that same cost would just be, applied to the grower that if they self-abate and take it themselves. I don't know that we would need to have all of those procedural details in the ordinance. Those are things that can be established through standard operating procedures and fee resolutions, those kinds of things. We can put it in there if you feel it's appropriate, but I don't know that it's necessarily desirable to have that level of detail in the ordinance.
Mr. Maurer, we've had during this, using 8.01, we've had a lot of voluntary abatements, in the hundreds. Has there been a problem in verifying that these have been taken down using your current existing procedures that you described?
I'm not aware of any, but I haven't been directly involved in that aspect. I know that we did have one incident where someone was told to abate. There was an indoor cultivation. They loaded up all their plants and took it to Sacramento. And unfortunately for them, fortunately for us, they had told us that's what they were doing. And so we denied their application because they didn't follow the rules. It said it had to be destroyed. Again, that would be a question that someone from code enforcement would have to.
But my understanding from Mr. Short prior was there's roughly 200 self-abatements that happened once, so that's less than 1% of the time. And obviously, the person was not, we figured that one out.
Yeah.
So it's not a big issue.
I don't believe it's a big issue, but then I'm not directly involved.
Supervisor Mills, anything else?
I'll come back later.
Supervisor Garamendi, your light's on.
Indeed. Mr. Chair, on flipping back and forth, 1795.070, section D17, I'd like to propose that the final sentence in that paragraph be struck regarding the Williamson Act contract.
Can you read
Sure,
the entire and then what you want struck?
Sure. 17 reads, cannabis cultivation shall not form the basis for a cultivator to apply with the county to enter into a Williamson Act contract pursuant to California Government Code Section 51200 et al. However, a landowner who otherwise qualifies for Williamson Act contract due to another qualifying agricultural operation on the property at issue shall not be denied a Williamson Act contract solely because cannabis is also cultivated in the property. The next sentence is the one I suggest we eliminate. There shall be no more than one commercial cannabis cultivation permit issued per Williamson Act contract, regardless of the number of parcels within the contract. I believe that reflects closer what we discussed in our last meeting, and so I would suggest we strike that sentence.
Any comments? Supervisor Olivera, do you have any comments on that issue?
No, I see no opposition to that.
I see no opposition either, so we will strike that last sentence.
Thank you.
Any other things?
Sure. If you want me to take another turn.
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Under section 1795.070, section D17, excuse me,
That's the one we just
excuse me, I'm going way forward here. Let me get the letters. E16. That's on page 35 of the marked up version. for everybody to catch up. I suggest we strike section 16. This reads, cannabis cultivated outdoors must be cultivated directly in the ground or containers fully recessed into the ground. I suggest we strike that.
Your reasoning for that?
Now, it's hearsay, but it's my understanding that that is not a concern from the sheriff. From his last comments before the board, he is not concerned. The pots that were moved are that less than 1% people, so I don't think we should be dictating how they farm. In addition, there are issues around compaction. If we're digging up, somebody puts in, if there's an existing terrace, we're digging it up, we're putting in pots into the ground, we could be messing up the integrity of the compaction.
Well, I had a personal conversation with the sheriff on this, and I'll confirm that he said he did not have an issue with them being in pots. And I'll go back to one of my original items that I brought forward, that I said all grows must be in pots. And I think it's easier to see from the air. I think there's a lot of different reasons why I put it in there. And after talking to the sheriff, he feels confident that he would be happy to have them simply in pots versus in the ground. So I'll have to agree with him. I'll go back to my original regulations when I brought them forward as being in pots. So I'm in favor of it.
Would you be in favor of just neither choosing pots nor ground? But
I would prefer to put in what my original thing was to me, that they would be growing in pots. Any other comments on that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a comment. I can see from a law enforcement standpoint why the sheriff would make that comment at first. I haven't had a direct conversation with him regarding his preference now, although I did see him today. Is there a way we can contact the sheriff by phone, see if he's changed his mind and what he prefers? I have my own views on it from a law enforcement standpoint. In the ground would be a lot easier to detect, but to eradicate would be far more difficult. So I'm not the guy digging the holes or moving the pots. Let's ask the people that are going to be doing that.
We'll see if we can get him on the phone. In the meantime, you have other items?
We discussed before break, Mr. Chair, the idea of amalgamation of lots to meet the minimum parcel size. I would propose that we allow the amalgamation of contiguous lots to meet the minimum parcel size. Amalgamation being, for example, if you had 250s, it could equal 100.
Comments?
Mr. Chair, I see no opposition nor support for that statement.
I think there's thoughts going right now. I can see. So, Supervisor Mills?
Yes, my only concern is that whenever you put a rule in place, there are going to be people that are going to spend their sleepless nights trying to figure out how to get around it. And with that, I just want to be sure that we don't create an endless chain of events here that would overwhelm staff.
Yeah, hang on a second, will you, please? Okay.
No, go ahead. If that's the sheriff, go ahead.
I have the sheriff on the line. Sheriff? Hello? Yeah. Hey, we have a question. Supervisor Oliveira has a question about your conversation I had with you and myself over pots, grows being in pots versus ground. Can you expand on that? Can you speak on that?
I don't have a problem with him being in.
You're on. By the way, you're on record. So.
Yeah, I have no problem with him being in pots. Originally, my thought was about the illegal growers, but because of the laws that are going to be impacting the registered growers, if they start moving plants, I believe that that's going to cause them great discomfort in the ability to lose their registrations. So whatever the board decides, pots or no pots, I'm fine with either direction, but I have no requirements at this time.
Okay. Question? No. Okay. Thank you.
Chair, to continue that point before I go on to the other one. Regarding the pots, there is a sense of permanence for things that are in the ground. I understand there would be more difficulty to it, but there also would be a difficulty in moving or changing the activity to another location on a moment's notice for those that have them, and we'd know right away if they're not in the ground that they're not complying. It isn't even a discussion. You could just drive by and see it. Where if it's in the ground, it's there, it's not movable easily, it creates a sense of permanence in that location. And people who move or have pots above ground could easily move to a more suitable location or a different location, and we wouldn't really know that occurred. So that means that there's a possibility that contamination or potential contamination could be left behind and us not knowing that occurred. So there are reasons for wanting to do it. I mean, if someone is growing in the ground, even if you're 6 plants outdoors, you're not going to intentionally mess up the ground that you're on because you're going to want to continue to grow there. Where if it's in a pot and it becomes untenable, it's very easy to move to a new location and just not say anything.
So you're in favor of in-ground?
In-ground.
There was some conversation earlier brought up about if it's on a grade and having to grade out or trench and getting compaction, that it might be a environmental nightmare as far as when rains come and so forth.
Well, having done underground work myself and understanding 92% native is standard for compaction rates in California, it's not difficult to do. It's just a matter of how do you achieve it.
Okay.
I'll support your position, Mr. Chair, on growing in pots. The nature of permanence, this is an annual plant. It's not going to be a 30-year orchard. So just by the nature of the plant, it's not permanent.
Okay. Do we have a consensus, or if we don't have 3 votes for that, it's going to remain in here? So you'll consent? You want to turn your mic on?
I'll consent, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Does that make it better?
All right. So let's go on to the next one.
I'm not sure what we've been consented to. Just to make sure we get it clear.
The pot striking line number 16 and having it put in pots, grown in pots. Yes.
So revising 16 so it requires in containers as opposed to in the ground.
Correct, which was the original. If you go back to what they say the Toffanelli ordinance was that you put together, it was in that ordinance.
Chair, we got enough noise in the audience. I can't. Thank you. Continuing with our conversation about multiple parcels conjoined, I said something about we want to be sure that people we don't create a situation where they're going to go out parcel shopping to make the number that they're looking for. How would that be able to be verbalized or written in such a way as to minimize that impact? Because that is going to be something that will be a longer term issue.
Yes. I'll have to agree. I'm not at this time in favor of that, simply because I see a lot of problems. It is a little different from Ag Preserve, where you're in a contract and you can't just sell 20 acres or whatever parcel you want to sell. You have a contract, and you have to go through a lot in order to do that. If somebody has three parcels 5 parcels, all contiguous, and gets their permit, there's no way that we can come back consistently and look, as far as I'm concerned, to make sure they haven't sold off a parcel or 2 parcels or whatever, because now they've got what they want in hand, and they've only purchased it to get to where they want it there, or whatever happens in the future. So at this point, I'm not really in favor of that situation. But Peter, I think you had some comments?
No, I was just turning off my microphone, so I didn't inadvertently.
I just have a kind of a request for clarification. You were distinguishing it from the situation with Williams Act. Right now, the ordinance with that one sentence stricken says that you're still going to need, even if you have a Williamson Act contract, an AP contract, you're still going to need a 100-acre
Correct.
parcel.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes. You'll need at least 100 acres.
For a single parcel?
Yes.
I think, Commissioner, Mr. Chair, I think that we're going to have parcel shopping no matter what. We are creating this right now. So, it's going to be either everybody's going to be parceling or going to be trying to buy a 100-acre piece, or they're going to be splitting up large parcels, which I don't think is in the best interest of this county. And it gives people a remedy, a place to go. They can amalgamate with their neighbors or buy out these pieces. If they didn't turned around and sold that piece of property, they would be in violation of the code of our ordinance that we're putting together here, and therefore have huge financial risks. If they go through all this, get their state license, and then turn around and sell a 10-acre piece of property, that's probably not a very smart business move. So there's not only they're breaking the ordinance and they'll lose their permit, but they're also going to be at the risk of losing a lot more money than they'd gain by selling a raw piece of property. So I think there are safeguards to that, and it gives people an opportunity, a remedy to move or to put partnerships together. Did that change anybody's mind? Did I find 3 doing that?
Loved hearing your voice, but
I'm just giving it my best shot. Anyone?
Supervisor Oliver.
Mr. Chair, I am not in agreement with a 100-acre minimum. I'm having some difficulty with that, and I'm trying to be fair about this and listen to all avenues and all options. I want to hear some more information before I even decide on this particular 100-acre minimum. I feel that's really, really pushing pretty hard. So I'm open to any information anybody can provide.
What do
that will convince me.
What do you think about the amalgamation, Supervisor Oliver?
Well, I'll be quite honest with you. I like going back to where the original Planning Commission suggestion was at 20 acres, but I don't think we're going to be going there today. I'm just not comfortable the way this thing went from here to the sky. There's some number in between there that would work for everybody. I'd be willing to discuss that, but I think 100 acres is really hard. And I think we're looking for excuses to make that work. And I heard the same thing in the urgency ordinance, and that's why I voted against it. We have to be fair and realistic about this. I think that pendulum has swung too far to the right and too far to the left on any given time. So I'll reserve any comments until I can hear something that's going to convince me to make a decision on that. Right now, I'm not in agreement with it. I'm sorry.
That's fine. You have your reasons. That's fine.
So contiguous to me.
Anything else?
Well, we could take on the elephant in the room. Does anybody have any interest in adjusting the 100-acre minimum?
I don't.
I do.
I have 2 that do. Supervisor Clapp, no? You're not responding?
Well, I'm just watching the party. I hear people talking about we went from here to here when we actually started.
You need to turn on your microphone, sir.
I watched that we went for a ban to where we're here, and we're still now, we're way up in that. But if I had to take something, it'd be 100 acres.
Okay. Supervisor Mills?
I'm with you.
Okay.
How about setbacks? 500 is a long way. On a 50-acre parcel, you're going to take it down to 5 acres in the middle of it, and that's got to be dead center. It seemed like the Planning Commission took on some reasonable approaches to that, taking into consideration where people lived, terrain, given some discretion. I would be very interested in seeing if there was interest, part of this board, to reconsider the setbacks that are currently in this ordinance at 500 feet.
I've done my research on what the Air Quality Board in Washington State has done, and I think they're light years ahead of California. I think we're still in the dark ages on this whole issue. And I would defer to what they have done up there, as well as some of the lawsuits in Colorado as a result of this issue. And the 500-foot setback is, I think, even the most reasonable compromise that you can come up with, considering the circumstances at the state level, as to how we can control it on a local level. So I would agree with the 500 feet.
Supervisor Platt.
Well, since they brought litigation against me, keep me from voting, because they on their own statements, allegations against me, is that if you're within 500 foot, your property is devalued. So I'd have to take their position that they're saying 500 foot, your property is devalued if you're within 500 foot. So that's out of their mouth, not mine.
And I think that was on my original regulation list that I had, so I'm going to stand by that. I will not move. I think I've moved quite a bit on a number of things to what I proposed.
I want to bring up, one of the objectives is we went through last meeting and we kept pulling up different numbers of how many parcels we had available. It was clear we were trying to find a way to limit this stuff. I'm not so sure we need to worry that much about it. When I look at, with the rates of payment on Measure C, the state compliance and all the rules, the costs, there's already a major coal underway amongst our grower community, people who aren't going to be able to make it. So I wonder if the 100 acres, I would like to plead that we take that into consideration of we don't need to do that to restrict. We already have a moratorium that's in place. There are no new permits that are being issued. We have a regular business coaling that's happening for those companies that can make it. So I'm not sure it's needed to serve the purpose that we have in mind. So with that plea, does that bring anybody along? No.
Can I try one, and then maybe we can see where it goes from there?
I'm not making Major League batting average.
Well, that's why I thought I'd give you a break. If we could look at 1795-100J on page 42 of the clean packet, it's page 47 in your
page 47.
Page 47 in your agenda. In the online version, yeah.
Which
page 47 of the online version, packet page 47. It's actually page 42. Subsection J talks about the administrative fine. I think it's set up here at $1,000 per day. Mm-hmm. And would there be a way to bring this into a tiered approach, where if you have, say for instance, take it $1,000 a day up to the first 2,000 square feet of canopy. Anything above that is an additional 1,000 because there is additional work that's going to be involved. If we're going to say $1,000 a day, no matter what the canopy size is, we're really not accounting for the actual workload involved to handle that particular size. So if we had a tiered approach to this, it's $1,000 per day for the first 2,000 and then set another $1,000 for something else. I know $1,000 is kind of like a magic number, and I think council can confirm that. It's a magic number. But would we, by a tiered approach, council, be overrunning the civil penalty phase that the state has? Would that create some problems?
Well, I would just clarify, this is the fine that would be associated with it. It's not the cost of abating it.
No.
So the cost of abatement is a separate and distinct cost that is collected through the lien process that is different from the fine. So the fine is above and beyond the cost of abatement.
I'm just simply saying the administrative portion, the administrative cost, could it be a tiered approach?
Again, when I say that the cost of abatement, that includes administrative costs. So we captured the administrative costs of abating a grow site that's been cited through the cost of abatement. Then the fine structure is a separate and distinct situation. So I feel like we're talking apples to oranges here.
I'm sensing that too. I'm just trying to find a way, if there was a way that we could include a tiered approach in this section, or whether that's something that would even want to be discussed.
Well, there's always, if we can research that and bring this back, if we adopt it, and then it can always come back for adjustments.
Can I have a little clarification? I think with Supervisor Mills, are you referring to just making sure we capture the full costs of enforcement and abatement by having a tiered fee?
Yes.
Fee, so that's a different section.
Okay,
than
get me to there.
100J.
Get me there.
And so I think what we already have in here is that the fee would be based on a fee study that'll come back via resolution. And that fee study will hopefully capture all of the costs, and that would be a fee, the permit fee that they would have to pay. And so we already have, it doesn't say anything about tiering, but I think the tiering would probably be by cultivation type, where we have the registration fee for just a non-commercial cultivation would be much more minimal than the fee that we would charge for a local permit.
I'm trying to, other counties have handled this in different ways, and I refer to Madera County and Sacramento County, where it's a $500 per plant eradicated administrative fee that they set. That's what they're collecting right now. I'm not saying that that's what this board would consider, but I think we need to look at whatever that fee structure is to be sure that we're truly capturing all of those costs. Now, if a nexus study is the way to do it, and we can talk about it later, that's fine. But I think it needs to be in the conversation, and we get 100% buyback on it. And it's not going to affect our general fund or affect our other operations.
So there's already a provision in this ordinance that says that everybody who either registers or gets a commercial permit would have to pay a fee to be determined by a future resolution of the board. And so the board would be able to determine.
I believe he's talking about two separate things, Ms. Lewis, because there is the fee to apply versus what I believe Supervisor Mills is referring to is a fee of abatement.
Correct.
So the administrative fees associated with the overhead administrative costs of abating a cited grow is separate, and that is something that we already do. That would be a question for code compliance as far as how they already calculate their administrative costs, but that is all rolled into the cost of abatement. So those are things that we already do. But that would be a question for code compliance as far as how they calculate their overhead, how they calculate their administrative costs. And typically that is not something that you would want to include in an ordinance of this nature. Many times with fees, you would set the fee by resolution at a later date.
I just want to be sure we have that conversation, maybe not now, but it's on the table. It's part of the discussion so that we all understand that we do have to go there at some point.
Mr. Chair, we didn't get back to the issue that Mr. Bolger brought up about the notice of intent versus the applicability with the WCB application. I propose that we go with a notice of intent. Looking at the backlog that's probably going to happen in Sacramento, I don't think it's reasonable to expect that they'll be able to turn that around in a short manner. And so I would propose that we change that to notice of intent.
Mr. Bauer, you have any comments on that?
I think that's probably makes sense. I have some specific language changes if that's the will of the board to make that work. There's consensus of the board to make that change.
Does anybody have any comments on it? Then.
So what I would propose then is this is section 060B4,
A copy of a complete application for a notice of intent to enroll the cultivator for coverage under General Order Number R5 2015-0113, consistent with the area proposed to be registered. That's a similar requirement, period. The notice of applicability issued by the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board shall be submitted to the county prior to permit activation.
Using the word intent.
Notice of intent is the term of art that's used by the Water Board for their application process.
You know, I think of this in a real estate vein, and not to really shift too far afield, but when you're talking about a letter of intent or a notice of intent, it's not an insurable interest. You know, in real estate, so.
We're talking about different things.
Yes.
The notice of intent, capital letters, is an application form that is submitted to the Water Board. The only question I have is, and maybe there's someone in the audience who can answer this question, my understanding is there is a new general order for the Water Board, and this reference to 2015-0113 may be superseded by a new order. And maybe we can just add something, or as amended, or something along those lines.
You may want to reference the general order.
The current general order.
The current one that is most current is October 14th, or October 17th, I'm sorry, and it was passed or adopted on October 18th. It is on the Water Board website.
So if we just say under the current general order, then we'll know that that's the most recent one, because it could change again.
That way we're not having to go back and modify, should they decide to modify themselves.
Exactly.
Under the most current general order is the verbiage?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yes, if we say the most current general order.
That's fine. I want the intent of the most current general order.
Okay. All right. I think we have consensus on that. Anything else?
Close to 300 batting average.
In politics, that's actually pretty good. So I don't have anything else right at the moment.
Supervisor Clapp, your light is on. Do you have anything? No. Supervisor Oliveira, nothing from you.
Nothing further this time, Mr. Sheriff.
So I guess my question is, how long would it take if we take a break?
I don't think we need to. There is actually two items that I overlooked and was reviewing the comments that were made previously, and the handout that Dr. Smith provided had two suggestions. One about the water storage, the wastewater storage tank. I don't have an opinion on that. The second issue was the potential for conflict between two provisions. And while it's probably not a big deal, I think just to be clear, if we add to the end of 1795-070A5, it currently reads, there shall be no form of signage on the parcel suggesting the presence of cannabis, and add, except as provided in subsection F8, that will eliminate that potential discrepancy between those two signage requirements.
That's fine. I have chemicals on my side I have to post. It doesn't say that I do steel fabrication. It just says those are on site.
I understand. That's why we don't think it's a big issue, but just for clarity purposes, if we say that you've got to post this sign, I don't know enough about the signage requirements to know whether that would put a flag up and say, no, there's cannabis in this building or not.
And I could read the rest of my proposed errata into the record, and as long as the board adopted a version and said as amended on the record, we would be okay without having to go back and print it right now.
Okay. Supervisor Mills?
Yes, before you do, thank you. On the 1795070F6 about water from indoor cultivation, I know that the local municipals are meeting this month on this particular issue as a result of the general order of the Water Board, and to try to wrap their head around the impacts to them. So I would defer, if you're on a municipal wastewater system, you are going to have to, according to the general order, comply with that local municipal's rules, of which currently they have none. but we don't really need to deal with it. Where we are going to deal with it is on-site for where there's on-site septic. And the general order states very clearly that that shall be the responsibility of the county or the municipality, which would be the city, to be handling that oversight. So taking it, I would say let's leave it in there for now. If you want to take it out in the future, because we found that it isn't really a problem, that's one thing, but it's an unknown at this point as to how we're going to regulate or control if we just simply allow wastewater from indoor cultivation to be dumped into on-site septic, which is an environmental loading of an unknown quantity at this point, and I think that's already been confirmed. That's just my opinion.
I would leave it in too. It was one of my original regulations that I brought up, so I'm in favor of just keeping it the way it is.
Would this also be something we want to think about regarding indoor growing on Prop 64?
Yes. I think we discussed that already. We talked
I
about
just
it.
want to be sure that we're on the same page.
I think it's in there. So, we don't need time to change any resolutions. We don't need time to change any verbiage on anything. You want to read your errata in to record?
Yes, and I would need the, the board's approval to the errata, but I don't think there will be anything controversial in here. So I'm working off of the track changes version. So I'm on page 11 of that, and that is 1795050B4.
What was it again?
B4A.
On page 1.
This is page 11 of the track changes version.
Also on the clean version, page 11.
Okay. So my understanding is that when the board intended, I'm just letting you know, my understanding is that when the board intended to allow growers to maintain 10% of their total canopy in an immature, non-flowering state in order to maintain their genetic stock, that the board did not intend to discriminate based on whether or not the registrant is going to be able to stay on their parcel or will have to move. And because of that, I believe it was just an omission on our part that in 4A, where we talk about the growers that do have to move, I think that the intent was to allow those growers to also maintain their genetic stock. So the change I propose in 4A is for the that sentence to read as follows. All cultivation activity on the parcel registered under the May 10, 2016 version of this chapter, comma, except for immature, non-flowering plants to the extent permitted under subsection 3 above, shall cease within 90 days of the effective date of the current version of this chapter. And similarly, for the indoor growers, the same thing. We forgot to put it in the section for those who have to move. So on page 14 of the track changes version, and that would be, I'm trying to read the section number, 1795050C4A. On page 14 of the track changes version.
13 of the clean version.
13 of...
That sentence should read, all cultivation activity on the parcel registered under the May 10th, 2016 version of this chapter, comma, except for immature, non-flowering plants to the extent permitted under subsection 3 above, comma, shall cease within 90 days of the effective date of the current version of this chapter. Okay, we did the signage. Let's see. On page 25 of the track changes version, which is 1795-070B3. There is an inadvertent inconsistency in that paragraph. The first sentence of that paragraph should read, except for primary caregiver cultivation pursuant to section C below, comma, each person cultivating non-commercial cannabis must maintain his or her primary residence on the parcel on which the cultivation occurs. And this is because we allow primary caregivers to grow on the parcel that their patient resides on. And that cures an inconsistency where we later say exactly that. I think there was some, I've heard from some board members, there was some incompleteness with respect to the taxation provision on page 30 of the track changes version. So this is 1795-070D14. To ensure that cannabis taxes are fully paid quickly, the proposed language change would be cannabis cultivators shall have all cannabis taxes paid to date within 90 days of the effective date of this chapter. Just to clarify, I think that the with respect to the pots, the language change as requested by the board on page 35, which is item, let's see, is that 070?
070E16.
Would read, cannabis cultivated outdoors must be cultivated in containers. And then the only remaining changes, there's a number of instances that I'll need to go through one by one with respect to the revocation section where I used the word registration instead of permit. And so I'd like to walk the board through that. That's on page 41 of the track changes version. It's 1795-095B. Starting with the opening paragraph. The opening paragraph should read, the planning director may revoke a permit for a cannabis cultivation site pursuant to this chapter, comma. That should be, the first clause should read as I just stated it, the rest remaining the same. Then moving on to the next page, page 42, this is 1795-095B7. That sentence should read, permitting was an error or was accomplished under false pretenses. Subsection 8, just below that, should read, application for permit contained false or misleading information. Number 9, just underneath that, it should read, permittee, comma, after obtaining the permit, comma, fails or refuses to inform the county of alterations to the property that would compromise the original permit. And then subsection C, 1795-095, should begin if a permit is non-renewed or revoked pursuant to this section, comma, the rest remaining the same. Those are my changes. Is the board okay with those changes? Is that yes? On the record?
General consensus. Take a poll.
Nodding your head.
Take a poll. Take a poll.
Supervisor Clapp? Yes. Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Rather on the errata that she just wrote. Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Oliveira?
Only for the purposes of the errata, yes.
Supervisor Garamendi?
For the purposes of the errata is read in, yes.
Yes, for that. That's all.
just wanted to clarify with Ms. Moss-Lewis that you were also including the errata that was handed out in the written form, that the intent was that these modifications were also incorporated and approved by the board.
Okay, so we'll have Mr. Bauer maybe read those into the record.
Okay.
Prepare the sheet.
So, to the regulatory draft, section 1795-070E2, and I'll just read the modification, actually the modification of the first sentence. The cultivation area of a permitted outdoor or mixed light cultivation cannabis cultivation site, commercial cannabis cultivation site, shall not exceed 22,000 square feet of total canopy area, and regardless of the number of permittees located on a parcel, the total canopy area of the parcel shall not exceed 44,000 square feet of total canopy area. The rest of that section remains the same. Under section 3, the findings, section C, strike the last sentence. To date, the Cole memos have not been rescinded or replaced, and replace it with, on January 4th, 2018, Attorney General Jeff Sessions rescinded the Cole memos, removing any Department of Justice limitations on prosecutorial discretion with respect to cannabis activity. And under D, before the last sentence, insert the following: Rohrabacher Farr remains in place despite the rescission of the Cole memos, but the amendment is up for renewal on January 19th, 2018. And finally, add section 4, SEQRA findings. The Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras certifies that the environmental impact report prepared for this ordinance has been completed in compliance with SEQRA, that the final environmental impact report was presented to the Board of Supervisors, and the Board of Supervisors has reviewed and considered the information contained in the final EIR, and that the final EIR reflects the county's independent judgment. Further, the Board of Supervisors hereby adopts the findings of fact, which are attached hereto as Exhibit A and incorporated by reference. And then what was Section 4 becomes Section 5.
So, that being said, I guess the first item that we need to have a motion on.
So just for the record, was there consensus that that additional errata should be added to those corrections?
Supervisor Clapp?
Yes.
Mills?
Yes.
Alvera?
Only for the purpose of the errata stated by Planning Director Mr. Mauer.
Garamendi?
For the purpose of including the errata, yes.
Yes. Okay. Starting from there, we have several items that we have to either pass or deny today. I guess the first one would be certified environmental impact report.
Don't we want to decide, Mr. Chair, if we want to do regulation, which one of these ordinances we want to do?
Well, we can do with that. We can start with that. We have discussion or a motion for either one of them. See if either one passes. I mean, the environmental impact report, I think, is going to be needed for either one of them. So it's whichever way you would like to go. I mean, it's going to be needed for approval for either one of them.
It's your decision.
So I'd like to start with environmental impact report. Do I have a motion to certify environmental impact report? I have no motion. So what I'm understanding on this board is regardless where we go ordinance-wise, that we're not going to have a certified environmental impact report for either a ban or a regulatory ordinance.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I would prefer to wait to see what we're going to do before we, well, personally, not speaking for the board, but that's why I'm staying silent on this.
Supervisor Mills, your light's on.
And I agree. I
And
concur.
you agree, you want to see which way we're going to go. Okay, well then, let's go right to the heart of the matter. I will throw it out there. Do I have a motion for either one of the ordinances?
Point of order. You never addressed my egg preserve issue. Is that a single parcel or is that not a single parcel?
We addressed it, Mr. Tryon.
You did? What was your decision?
Our decision was that it was continuous in ag preserve over 100 acres.
Okay. Then
No, excuse me, hold on a second.
The way we have the ordinance right now is the only change we made for ag preserves was that you could have, if you had 3 parcels in the Williamson Act and only one of those parcels was 100 acres or more, strike that. The way we have it right now is that you still need a 100-acre minimum parcel size, regardless of whether or not that parcel is in a Williamson Act. And there was no allowance for multiple contiguous parcels to add up to 100 acres, even if it's in Williamson Act. That's how we have it right now.
That's not what, is that?
I was proposing that we can amalgamate property, and that would fall under that. It has nothing to do with the Williamson Act. It was amalgamation was my proposal, and that failed. Unless the board wants, I'm happy to reconsider it.
It was my understanding that in the way that it was written, that if you had properties under the Williamson Act and you had 3 parcels that were 40, 100, 20, whatever, it would be considered all one parcel because it was under a Williamson contract.
So we would need to make an amendment to what we have in the ordinance right now.
And I was in disagreement if it wasn't in, and that's what we were talking about, if it wasn't in a Williamson Act contract and you had separate acreage, that they were continuous and you owned them, that I would not agree to that. They would have to be under Williamson Act because it's under an act, it's under contract.
So if you can give staff 5 minutes to revise on page 32E1 to state what you're saying now, I can.
If Mr. Chair, I may.
Go ahead.
We have a Williamson Act, for example, if you have 3 separate parcels under a Williamson Act, right? There can be 3. Being under the Williamson Act does not automatically amalgamate 3 parcels.
No.
So what we've been saying is that if you have a 100-acre parcel, be it in the Williamson Act or out of the Williamson Act, that would be a conforming parcel, correct? And I believe what Mr. Tofinelli is saying, Supervisor Tofinelli is saying, however, if you're under a Williamson Act, you have a special privilege of being able to amalgamate your property. Is that correct?
I think that's what you're saying now, and I would need to make
Because
an
it's
amendment.
under contract.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
How would that be considered fair? And why does being under contract allow people to amalgamate versus not? I mean, I'm not seeing, they're definitely bound together on the Williamson Act contract.
That's right.
That is correct. But why would that be any different than being bound under an application with the planning department for an
Well,
application?
then we wouldn't need ag preserve anymore then. We'd just sign up and amalgamate it under the planning department. It's a contract, it's a stated contract. My problems are, without going down that contract with not only the state and the county, is separating these out after they've got their permit. They're under no contract. He has to go through under anybody that has ag preserve. They have to go through great lengths to be able to separate and sell any part of that property.
Can we go into closed session and talk about this, Mr. Chair? Because I'm not so sure. I'm sorry, but.
Sure, we can go into closed session and talk about it, yeah.
May I make just one comment since you're going to go into closed session?
No, public comments over. right, we're back in session. Madam Clerk.
Report of closed session. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. Thus far, there's no reportable action taken. However, this item will remain open until the end of today's meeting.
Stay tuned.
All right. So we were discussing Williamson Act properties. Julie, can you read again the portion in this ordinance concerning Williamson Act?
Can I read the ordinance?
I think I have one order. My question wasn't answered.
Sir, we're here now discussing this.
My question wasn't answered.
Question about what?
My question was, with only 16 properties available for sale, where are you proposing the 208
Okay,
registered grows move to?
and right now, we're discussing this. Thank you.
So you wanted me to reiterate the question that was asked about Williamson Act? Is that-
I want you to read the section of the Williamson Act in the ordinance that we were discussing. And what it says.
On page 31, of the track changes version, which is
070D17.
D17, as it reads right now with the board's change, is cannabis cultivation shall not form the basis for a cultivator to apply with the county to enter into a Williamson Act contract pursuant to California Government Code Section 51200 et seq. However, a landowner who otherwise qualifies for a Williamson Act contract due to another qualifying agricultural operation on the property at issue shall not be denied a Williamson Act contract solely because cannabis is also cultivated on the property. The stricken part of that section was there shall be no more than one commercial cannabis cultivation permit issued per Williamson Act contract regardless of the numbers of parcels within the contract.
Okay. So we're all clear on that. So do we agree on that?
Yes.
Supervisor Clapp?
Can I ask a question?
You turn your microphones on, yes.
So you're telling me if I have two 100-acre parcels, I can only have one contract on that, not two?
No.
The way it is right now is regardless of whether or not you have a Williamson Act contract,
Okay.
it's a 100-acre minimum parcel size, period.
Okay, I'm for that.
Okay. You for that? Dennis?
Yes.
Supervisor Olivera?
For a purpose of clarification, yes.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Yes.
Yes for me. Okay. So now I'm looking for a motion for anything that's before us at this point. Whether it's either the ban ordinance, whether it's the regulation ordinance, whether it's certifying the EIR, somewhere we can move forward.
You didn't answer my question, and that is, on the Williamson Act contract,
Tom, we just read the ordinance the way it is. It's standing the way it is. We just took a vote. Whatever's in the ordinance, the way it's written, that's what's in there. So that answers your question. So, do I have a motion? Supervisor Olivera, your light is not on. Do you wish to make a motion?
Regarding the agenda item?
Yep. Either any item. Whether it's the ban ordinance, whether it's the regulation ordinance, whether it's certifying the EIR.
I'd be willing to make an ordinance if we're willing to discuss some of the items I brought up earlier. I'd be willing to make a motion on the regulation with if we modify the regulation further around acreage. Is there any interest in that?
Not for me. Supervisor Mills?
Negative.
Supervisor Clapp?
No.
Supervisor Olivera?
Not at this time.
Okay. So I'm still looking for a motion. I can't make a motion, so
The point is, we could make a motion, doesn't necessarily mean we approve what we're going to vote in the affirmative, but at least it will get something moving here and get it.
Mr. Chair, I've read the rules. There's no restriction on you making a motion.
There isn't in the board rules.
There's none.
You
in the
can
board
make a
rules
motion,
restricting
sir.
it.
okay.
You can make a motion.
Okay. No one else is going to...
I am willing to make a motion with modifications.
Okay, so I'm hearing a no vote and anything brought up as a motion. So I'll throw it out there. I will throw out a motion, since I'm the only one sitting here going to make one, for the regulation ordinance set with the changes that we discussed today. And the errata is read into the record. Do I have a second? I do not have a second, so that motion dies. I will throw out a motion for a ban. Do I have a second to accept the ban ordinance that is presented to us today?
I would second that.
So I have a motion and a second for a ban. Any other comment? No comments? Then I take it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
We have a ban, 3-2.
Board Chair.
And just fuck you, Zappanelli. Just enjoy that, man. Fuck you.
Board Chair.
I'm going to take,
You want to take a break?
We will take a 5-minute break.
You guys just shot yourselves in the head.
Okay, moving on. Now that we've had that motion and passed, we have before us the EIR that was prepared for this ordinance and adopting the findings of fact that are attached to the board item and the findings of that EIR. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Clapp. Do I have a second?
second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Any other discussion? If not, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 4-1.
No, 3-2. 3-2.
3-2. Okay. County Council, does that cover everything that's needed?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to address the proposed motion. Before doing that, I'd like to preface that motion with the board's permission.
Yes, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've sat here and listened to you, the citizens of this county, these board members, previous board members, and we've done you a great injustice. We have taken away your ability to speak. We've taken away your ability to vote. But today was a capper. I heard Mr. Stratton stand up here, and I believe he talks a lot. But he said something. He said that people need to vote. All the people. I heard a gentleman, I didn't get his last name in public speaking, named Bob. And he talked about the permit process. You talked about due process. Hell, ladies and gentlemen, we've got people still in process, and we got your money. We talked about re-registering. Is that bait and switch? Yeah. Please. Ms. Renke said a lot of people are against pot. We're going to have lawsuits. We're scared. We've taken it away from the people. Yeah, we did. Didn't give them the opportunity to vote on it. There was a gentleman named Bruce, and I apologize for not remembering your last name, but I understand he's trying to get involved in politics. And he said, where's the money going to come from? Then I heard, this is blood money. Green blood money. How long you folks live in Calaveras County?
41 years.
You take a look at those two people in that back room right there that wear that black uniform. They're the guys and girls that you're going to have to call when stuff happens. That you've called in the past, you're going to have to call in the future. Where's the money going to come from?
Why don't we pay them what they're worth?
I'm not asking.
George?
George, please.
Okay.
You're on the cusp.
Then I heard Susan Morris. And Susan and I have known each other a while, and we haven't been on the same side of every argument in our lives. But she also said, farms were removed from around her residence in 2016. Dina Morris had the same situations happening. I know you didn't. I just used the same last name, Susan. But you have been very vocal on your positions, and I understand that. And in 2017, in Dina Morris's statement, they're right back. And they're going to come back again. Where's the money? Where's the protection? I'm going to make a motion. And I'm going to ask my fellow board members to listen very, very closely. I want to propose an immediate moratorium from this moment on until we can prepare to put this item on the June ballot with both the ban initiative and the original Planning Commission's initiative. And let the people vote. We can't do this with 5 people. This is way too big. It's gone way too far. You can't bring that horse back in the barn. And the only people that's going to fix that is you and those people out there. Those people that don't come to meetings. Those people that sit back and wonder, where in the hell are we going? Give them a chance to talk by their vote. So, Mr. Chair, I move that we immediately enact a moratorium. We work on what we did today, considering the ban, considering the information we heard on Supervisor Tofanelli's proposition. And we structure that moratorium so it's fair for everybody, both sides of this argument, on all 3 sides, if you will. And we place this on the ballot in the June election. I understand we can do this in time-wise. It's going to be a stretch. And that's my motion. I'll be looking for a second.
I'd like to have a point of order. I don't know if I'm in line or not, but can we do this on this agenda to send something forward like this? It's not an agenda item.
That's the thing, is that as of right now, an action has already taken place. There's been a motion, there's been a second, there's been a vote. So action has already been taken. If this board wants to direct staff to craft or bring back whether it be a moratorium, I mean, that really wouldn't change anything considering the ban was adopted. But an alternative that you want to put on a ballot for the people to consider, that is something that the board could direct staff to do. You wouldn't be able to direct us to actually put it on the ballot today because there's a process in which we would have to follow, and that is not on today's agenda.
And will we have time to do that?
I see Rebecca Turner just walked in, and I know there are deadlines as far as when we would have to have it to the elections office for inclusion on the ballot.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Turner, Registrar of Voters. Technically, yes, there is time. It's a very short window of time, however, to put it on the June ballot. I have a timeline prepared, but it would have to be, and I'm not sure how this impacts your timeline, but for our timeline, when I say your, I'm referencing County Council. By January 30th, the item to go to election would have to be brought to the board and approved to go on to the election. And that would need to be the, no?
Not now.
So just so the board is aware, when you put an item on the ballot, an ordinance would have to be first read and then an election called. So we are essentially looking at a 3-week turnaround period. If the board would be inclined to hold multiple special meetings, certainly the concern that I would have is what is it that you would be wanting my office to be doing? If it was just an ordinance that's already been drafted, for instance, the ordinance that was proposed by the Planning Commission, or one of the various versions that we have done over the years, that would certainly assist in making this timeline. But if it was to do something different, I don't see that it would be realistic. But if there was clear direction of what it is that you want to come forward, we could do the introduction, potentially at the next call a special meeting, do the introduction, and then we would have to have another special meeting before the 31st to actually call the election.
I ask a question. If we have a ban in place, why do we need a moratorium?
Yeah.
Right. That's why I was just recommending an alternative if that is what.
We have November election coming up still, too.
Well, Supervisor Clapp, what did you say?
I said if we don't make June, we have the November election coming up. But I would feel more comfortable if this was on the agenda, we have public comment on it. I am uncomfortable with what we're doing right now. I really am.
The ban that was just passed by the board involves a 90-day compliance period. Is there any 30-day period tacked onto that for the ordinance to take effect?
Yes, any ordinance that is adopted, it goes into effect 30 days later.
Right.
As far as
actually, we'd have 4 months to be in compliance under the ban ordinance for the growers and things of that sort?
to come into compliance, it's 30 days, it becomes effective, and then 90 days after. 90 days has to come into compliance, yes. As far as discussion or having substantive discussion about an item that is not on the agenda, what I would just be looking for is direction to bring something back. We would not be taking action on an item that is not on today's agenda. It would just be soliciting direction from the board as far as what you would like for us to do moving forward.
Okay. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I would request we poll the board after hearing this information, the estimated timelines, whether or not we can proceed with this item. And I would once again encourage that the board listen and at least give the opportunity to get this on the ballot.
May I interrupt again? I'm not sure if I was clear with the timelines. Our timeline included preparing the agenda item, providing the 2 weeks. So we put in our timeline the January 30th was the date to submit an item, and please interrupt me if you think I'm wrong at some point. And then we could do February 13th was it's already a scheduled board day for the ordinance introduction and waive reading, and then calling the election on the 20th. Those would be calling special meetings in there. But
When you said that the deadline was January 31st, I was under the impression you were saying that the election needed to be called by that day, which
No, that's why
is
I
what
wanted to
caused
interrupt.
my reaction.
Okay.
Yes. If that is the case, what would be the deadline in which we would have to call the election for your purposes?
To call the election, drop deadline, not dealing with anybody else's deadlines ahead of that, would be February 20th.
Okay.
February 20th.
Certainly, if we got clear direction from the board, we could certainly ensure that an ordinance was brought forward, introduced, and an election is called within that time frame for the June election.
Now, Mr. Chair, I restructure my request to reflect that.
Okay. Is everybody clear on what he's asking for and what his motion is? Okay. Supervisor Oliveira, do you want to?
My motion is to place the banned ordinance as decided here on this date at the board, and the original recommendation of the Planning Commission that was brought to this board, then modified by Supervisor Tofinelli. I want to make sure that we understand the original Planning Commission, place that on the ballot for the people to vote on in the June election, providing we can make those timelines.
I just want to clarify that the motion is just providing staff direction to move forward with the process to introduce two separate ordinances to be considered at an election in the future.
That is correct, Council.
Thank you.
Process question here. Board rules, does that require a second for that type of polling?
Or should we poll?
It's really just a poll because this is
it's-
purely
No.
direction for staff
No
for a
direction.
future action item.
Correct. It's not an action item, so we don't. Yeah. So I'll take the poll. Supervisor Clapp.
You're talking about the original you want to put on that they came back with 5 acres?
On the original?
Yeah, we're voting.
No, I believe it's a 20-acre limitation. Was that correct, Mr. Mauer?
There was one exception.
Exception for 5 acres.
Oh.
There's one exception if you're a 5-acre island surrounded by Ag 1, or that was the exception.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Whatever the Planning Commission's original recommendation was.
Question. Would you amend your motion to put one or the other on the ballot, but not both?
I think at this time, Supervisor Mills, I'd like to let the people make that choice by putting both on the ballot.
Okay. Supervisor Clapp.
If I did this, I'd rather have the public comment. If we're going to put something that they want on, we have the ban, and then we start over in the public comment, saying, we'd like to see this, but
Well, I think it will come back to us at that time for an open meeting to you, for the public comments on it. It's not going to just show up and,
Just for clarification, this would come back to the board twice before. One would have to be the introduction, and then the second time would be the calling for the election. So the board would see whatever this be at least 2 more times before it is actually placed on the ballot.
So
Correct. Public comment on that cannot be had today because it's not on
Right.
today's
Yeah,
agenda.
correct.
This is just a poll for us to bring back those 2 versions for you to consider putting it on the ballot.
Correct.
I feel that the people should come up their own initiative and do it, and then we're not stuck on defending it.
Supervisor Mills.
I would approve only putting one on a ballot and not both.
Your motion, so Supervisor Garamendi.
I would support Supervisor Clavera.
I would support it to bring it back, have staff work on it, prepare it, and bring it back. And then we'll have open meetings and we'll have public involved, and we'll go from what they have to say. So I'm in favor.
Thank you, fellow supervisors.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't mean to belabor this at all. So I am unclear as to what Supervisor Clapp's vote was,
It was,
whether to bring it back or not.
no.
It's a 3-2.
No.
Yes, Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you. We're going to have to own everything that happens going forward from here. This is no longer the urgency ordinance, this is our ordinance. And everything that happens afterwards. The majority, I voted in the minority for the ban, but I would hope that before we close this meeting, the majority will reconsider their vote. We are close. It is literally, we're down to acreage size, and we can fix that through amalgamation. We're close. So would anybody reconsider their vote and try to bring this thing together? We could work on this a little bit longer. We're close, guys. Or we're going to have a lot of consequences as a result of this.
Supervisor Clapp.
Well, I thought we were bringing it back and let the people do it. I thought that was a good deal. I mean, I just don't want to have to own defending it or something. I think a people initiative is we don't have to defend if they go to court with it, and I think it's end up there. But no, I mean, I'll work on putting it to the people. That's what Mike wanted. I was against that, but that's what we decided. Now I'll work on it, and like a lot of people, Mike and me butt heads a lot of times. That when we're done, we go have a cup of coffee. We don't jump up and scream because we lost and use bad language. That's it's hard to get work done that way. And a lot of people, Gary and me, will make stuff. We'll vote completely different. We still go have lunch.
Supervisor Mills.
I wouldn't reconsider, but I will do everything I can to work to craft the best possible presentation for the voters, if that's the direction the board chooses.
And I'll say this. I compromised. I compromised a whole lot. I was for a ban, and you guys can all shake your head here. I was for a ban. I voted for a ban, and I came onto this board from the very beginning voting for a ban. People decided that I was going to be a swing vote. People decided that that's what Toffanelli's going to be because the other two are all committed and so forth, and he seems to be a guy that we're going to look to be a leader. I was a leader. I compromised. I even moved from the initial regulations that I brought forward a tremendous amount. We are on opposite ends for acreage. And in my opinion, if the two other supervisors that voted no would at least accept what we had before us at 100 acres, and then at some time we could work on it, that was not ever discussed. Nothing was brought up. I asked several times for a motion, and it was sat here. Nobody wanted to say anything. Sat here. I asked for even certifying the EIR for either the ban or regulations. It was only me making the motions, and I made a motion to begin with to regulate and did not get a second. I made the motion to ban then, which is what I was on and said I was on when I came on here on this board. And January 31st, I voted for a ban, and going forward, it was only until October 24th of this year that I brought forth any regulations. And again, at that time, I brought forth regulations that nobody on this board that was even in favor of regulations brought any to us. And I made that comment at the time. And immediately it was said, send it back to the Planning Commission. I said at that time, I'm still in favor of a ban, but these regulations I'm standing on. I moved off of those. All of this time, going back to the last time we were here, I moved off of those at that time a lot. And if we're down to just 100 acres preventing them, I'm looking at it that they need to move. And if they want to see regulations in this county at this point today, then they need to do some of their own moving and move us forward. But again, I moved off a cap of 50. I moved off a cap of 50. I moved off of several things on that from that day, but I did not move off 100 acres. Even today, I moved off several things when we were back talking that are written into this thing. So to sit here and say that you know, can we move it again? I'm saying no. I'm not going to move it again. If you guys want to reconsider you moving to change your vote and bring back to what we had for an original motion that I had made, I'm willing to do that.
Mr. Chair, we're in the minority. We cannot reconsider our vote. Only you can.
Well, you're asking me if I would reconsider, and I will not at this time, based on what was said prior. There was an opportunity for more than 10 minutes of just quiet sitting here and me continuing to ask for a motion. So at this point, no. So moving on, we go on to the next agenda item. Next agenda item is supervisors' announcements. We'll start with Supervisor Clapp.
Can I read the?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 532.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Supervisor Clapp.
Same thing as yesterday.
Supervisor Millen.
Nothing more than yesterday.
Supervisor Oliveira.
I got up this morning, I came to the board meeting. I got one more meeting at 6 o'clock. I'll report out on that for LAFCO. Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Nothing between last night at 7 and this morning at 8.
And I have nothing to report. Staff? Nothing? And we stand adjourned.
No, we do not. I'm sorry, Supervisor. We need to continue public comment from this morning.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will continue public comments from this morning.
Chair, just to confirm that is, Chair, just to confirm that is for any and all that did not make a public comment this morning.
This is all from, if you did not make a public comment this morning during public comment.
And it's general public comment, not on anything related to the agendized item.
That's correct. If it's related to the agenda item we just went through, we've already had public comment on it.
About being a resident. My name is Catherine Darmer. I'm a 40-plus year resident of the county. I'm an 18-plus year resident employee of the county, and I have coworkers in tears.
Hey, can you hold on one second?
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. We can't hear you. They were talking.
I'm sorry.
Can you please close the door? We'll start over because we cannot hear you.
My name is Catherine Darmer. I am a 40-plus year resident of Calaveras County. I've been a county employee for about 18 years, and I have coworkers in tears this afternoon. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Al Segala, speaking for myself, and I would recommend that if you do go to the public, which I agree with, that you include a third alternative. This alternative would allow the state regulations on cannabis to prevail. There would be no county regulations. I've checked with the planning department, and when the county does not provide cannabis regulations, it's not required to do so, and the state regulations prevail.
Al, we've discussed cannabis.
This is the third option. I'm not even talking about the other two. The third option is to allow the state to prevail on cannabis regulations, and that our planning process.
Okay, you've already made that statement, sir. So you made that comment earlier during other public comments on cannabis. So
okay, thank you.
Other public comments.
Ben Stopper, District 5. Now, you guys have made a decision. Moving forward, we have a general plan to finish. We have an inadequate general plan in place now. We have potholes to fix in the roads. We have a dump to expand. We have schools in duress for funds. So, we also have a bargaining unit that has not been satisfied yet. We have employees that will no longer have a job. And I'm not even going to refer to what we did today. How are we going to take care of these things moving forward in the future? We have to realize whether we have the best intentions in mind when we make our decisions. There can be consequences, even with the best intentions. Our coffers are severely strained. We need plans to continue carrying our sheriff's department, public safety. Our county cannot live solely on our assessed taxes. Little else comes into our county from other things. We have to have plans moving forward in the future. We just used up an entire year for something that you could have put through at the beginning of that year. Thank you for your consideration, gentlemen.
I'm concerned about the employees that, it's my understanding that the temporary employees are now permanent employees that were hired under the UO. My concern is, will we have snow removal in the high country? Those are temporary jobs. What are we going to do when the elders need to get to their hospital, to the doctor, if they can't get out of the snow country? I'm baffled that public safety did not take the precedence here. All of these, we can't run a county with no money. How is this going to work? Everybody says they care about the kids. You've consigned them all to poverty. Shame on you.
I realize I spoke earlier about my intentions at starting agricultural and environmental testing lab in Calaveras County.
You spoke during the presentation,
Yes.
yeah, during the agenda.
Yes, exactly. I guess I didn't specifically address the ban ordinance or the limited ordinance, etc. It was more of a general question of what process would I go through then to get a permit for a laboratory facility to test environmental and agricultural products to include cannabis not necessarily commercial cannabis if commercial cannabis is not allowed in this county, but the remainder. And would I be able to test commercial cannabis originating from other counties? If that's a no, I will be interested in looking at other counties to start this business, and I would personally be sad by that, but economically it would make more sense for me to do so. And so I'm hopeful that this board recognizes that this would be a benefit to this county and would be another avenue of the infrastructural support that I think we need. So that's a question I would like addressed.
Any other public comment?
My name's Lonnie Buback. I don't live here yet. I'm going to be building a house. I heard this is a hot topic. Came down to the building department, and I've heard some loud stuff going on in there. Found out this was going on. What I want to comment on is I was caught for 25 years in Solano County. Smoked weed in the 70s. Did not make me a better version of myself. Contrary to what I believe. Talked to thousands of people. Whatever happens in this, I would say, keep in mind the kids. I'm tired of hearing that it's a miracle drug. I did not see that in my personal use in the 70s. And out of the thousands of, pardon me?
Sir, we've already covered this agenda item, so you have to keep it off of cannabis.
Okay. And I would just, all right, then that's all I wanted to talk about. Please just keep in mind the kids. Nobody starts off as a gateway drug.
Thank you.
It is a gateway drug.
Any other public comment? If not, I'll close public comment. We have, Madam Clerk, the item of the open closed session.
So the final report of closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. There was no reportable action taken.
And with that, we're done.
My official position right now is I've made every public